I would like to call this meeting of the Planning Commission to order. And Linda, if you'd like to do roll call.
Rodriguez. Present. Swift.
Here.
Green. Here. Fragoso. Here. Kierline is absent. Gonzalez-Parber. Here. And Chair Newton.
Here. Okay, so next we'll go to the approval of the agenda. Anyone have any comments, thoughts, motions?
I recommend we approve the agenda.
I have a question, if I may. How long do we intend to go? Can we reassess if it starts to get too late to see if we can handle the last item this evening? Let's play it by ear and see how that goes.
Here you
go. We were just discussing that, and we had a kind of a glib idea about how late we should go, but if we, apparently the third item is not an emergency item of any kind, so I have no problem if we don't get to that myself.
Well, I'm sure staff would appreciate it, but let's just see how it goes.
I mean, the thing, we don't have a huge audience. We do have a number of people. Well, I'll bet our 5G people,
Maybe
more or less. And that's the second item, so we'll see. You know, I kind of like play it as it lays in a way.
And we have M&Ms to keep us going. Thank you.
All right, we have a recommendation to approve the agenda. Is there a second of that recommendation?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Next, I'll read the meeting protocol. The chair shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, and the commission has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at commission meetings. The commission and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and/or ridiculing the character or motive of commission members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Okay, and next we will have public comments on non-agenda items, and I'm going to read out a proposed statement about this item on the agenda that I'd like my fellow commissioners to consider adopting as regular language before the public comments on non-agenda items. Anyone wishing to address the commission on matters not on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the commission may do so now. Please briefly describe the matter about which you wish to speak. Matters not appearing on the commission's agenda will not receive action at this meeting, but may be referred to staff for a future meeting. Presentations will be limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise established by the commission chair. Persons are not required to give their names or addresses, but it is helpful for speakers to at least state your name for the record and whether you are a resident of Fairfax. And so without further ado on that, I will ask anyone wishing to make a statement about a matter that is not on our agenda tonight to please come up to the podium. Okay, seeing no one, I will close the item about public comments on non-agenda items and thank Commissioner Green for suggesting the language that I read. I think it's helpful, and I am going to direct staff to include it in next month's agenda, if that's okay with the rest of the commissioners.
Thank you. It's fine with me.
I'm fine with that.
All right, we're going to skip over the consent calendar because we have no items on the consent calendar. And we are going to begin with public hearing item number 1, a discussion and consideration of an ordinance to permit certain medical marijuana dispensaries to conduct adult-use cannabis deliveries. The statement is it's exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15061B3, 15305, and 15183 of the CEQA guidelines as separate and independent bases. And so staff will give us a report on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would note that we have our town attorney, Janet Colson, here to my right, so she's available to answer questions on this and any other agenda item that we're considering tonight. Briefly, in terms of the history, on October 3rd of this year, the Town Council renewed the urgency ordinance that extended a moratorium on cannabis businesses for 1 year, and this is to allow the town the time necessary to complete studying commercial cannabis uses in Fairfax. The Town Council at that meeting also directed staff to prepare an ordinance to allow any existing medical marijuana dispensary to conduct commercial adult use cannabis deliveries. That would be the only allowance, and so staff has done so. As your commission is aware, at their meeting last week, we were prepared to discuss that. However, due to unforeseeable circumstances, we were precluded from doing so. So we're bringing that back before your commission tonight. Very briefly, and I'm sure your commission has already read this in preparation for last week's meeting, but the key provisions of the new ordinance would be that any such use would have to conform to state laws, and as your commission is aware, those are extensive and changing. There would also be no adult use cannabis customers on the premises at any time. So the existing medical marijuana dispensary and the commercial deliveries of adult use cannabis or marijuana would be completely separate. The two uses, however, would operate in the existing space of the overall business. So it remains to be seen how those uses would be segregated. But that would be up to an applicant for such a business to propose. This is merely the outlining ordinance. Let's see. Another provision is that normally the state requires a 600-foot setback from any child, enumerated child-oriented uses, and this ordinance would allow this delivery business within that 600-foot setback distance. In terms of some other details, the town would issue a permit. It would be a specific permit, not a conditional use permit. The town manager would be in charge of approving that. The permit would not be transferable and would be subject to annual review. Staff's recommendation is that your commission adopt resolution 28-17, recommending to the council that they adopt the equivalent version of this ordinance when they review it. And we're here to answer any questions if you have it.
Do any of the commissioners have questions for staff at this time?
I do.
Okay, Commissioner Swift.
So looking at the staff report, page 1 under discussion, it states that it would be permitted to operate from existing premises as long as any such business applies for and is granted a cannabis delivery permit. So question 1 would be, is this referring to the state permit for a non-storefront adult use retailer license? And how would the town determine that a dispensary has obtained a non-storefront adult use permit that allows them to operate the delivery service from its existing premises as mentioned in the draft?
So this is a dual licensing scheme, and the state does have a license that they would have to obtain, but this permit that they're speaking of in the staff report is one that would be issued by the town. And it's not a conditional use permit, it's more in line of a business permit. And those guidelines are being drafted right now. That is something that does not have to come to the Planning Commission. It goes directly to the council. There is another piece of ordinance that's also going to go to the council, and that is the authority to have those guidelines to issue those business permits.
So, and I understand the business permit piece isn't under our purview, but I guess what I'm asking is a part of that process then, that the town would want some kind of proof
That they have a state license?
that they have a state license to do non-storefront delivery from that same premise
Yes.
before the town issues its permit and business and whatever it needs to do.
I don't know if there's a timing issue there or not, because both permits are required. So they can't operate with just a town permit, they have to have a state permit as well, state license.
And then, and this probably will get to the permit piece as well, but it says in here that all cannabis deliveries must conform to state law and regulations for deliveries, and they're pretty strict, and they've recently changed, and I noticed what we got as part of our packet for tonight's meeting was the updated regulations that had just gone out on the 19th. But they also, can allow, like if you had a retail storefront, from a state perspective, they could be open from like 6 to 10. So the delivery could be from 6 to 10. So I guess my question would be that even though it says, and it's just for clarification, that it must conform to state laws and regulations, part of what we would do within that permit process that the council would do would be to look at things like delivery times and that type of thing.
Yes.
And then it also, as part of the staff report says, allows, what this would do would be to allow adult use cannabis deliveries within the state buffer zone, and that's kind of a little confusing, because really the delivery would be anywhere.
Right.
But I think what this is trying to say is that business would be
Yes,
within
yes.
a state buffer zone, okay? Okay, and then I'd have a question on the actual code language. But I don't know if you want to get to that now or when we
you have a question.
talk about it, or some clarification.
Questions only.
If you have a question.
Okay. Well, it's probably more a language issue, so I'll say that.
All right, comments on language, I think we can hold off on. Do other commissioners have questions for staff or council? I guess I want to follow up a little bit on some of Commissioner Swift's questions. In my mind, it seems it doesn't make sense to me that we would require a license on this temporary basis, since we are basically adopting an ordinance that would only last as long as this moratorium lasts. And it seems to me we can craft it.
Not necessarily. I mean, you're looking at the entire cannabis regulations, all the ordinances. And so it is conceivable that this could be a temporary thing, or you could continue on if you want to allow this. It's subject for all of the changes that you may contemplate when you're looking at the entire package, but there's nothing here that just makes this the same length as the moratorium.
Well, I beg to differ, because that in fact is what's in our staff report from
Let me see what you're looking at.
the town manager, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, let's see what you're looking at. What, can you tell me which section you're looking at, that you see that?
Madam Chair, I would also point out that the intent here is to provide a one-year license, and so insofar as the extension begins on October 31st, it's unlikely that one-year period would sync up directly with this. So it's
All right.
gonna- yeah.
I guess my point, and I'd like to hear your reactions before we open this up to the public, is that it seemed to me from the discussion that the town council had that we were trying to create a bridge for the existing medical dispensaries in town in order to allow, open up one adult use for the medical marijuana dispensaries to do adult use delivery during the period of the moratorium. And that we will be looking at all adult use businesses and how to regulate them within the town over the next month, if I have my way. And so in order to expedite this action, in my mind, this needs to be focused solely on a bridge for the existing medical marijuana dispensaries to get them through the moratorium period while we have a further discussion, big picture, on delivery, brick and mortar, all the other things that we need to talk about in a more holistic way. So I, for one, have been looking at this as a temporary provision, and I did not think a license would be necessary as part of that temporary situation, because to me, you simply write this ordinance in such a way that it allows the delivery by the existing medical marijuana dispensaries pursuant to the provisions that you set forth in the ordinance. You make it non-transferable. You set the hours. You set the conditions according to what the state is requiring, and you don't necessarily need to make this particular business jump through an extra level of hoops while we develop additional regulations for a process that doesn't exist now if we're actually trying to help them get through the next couple months.
Right, and it's not designed to be anything onerous at all, but it's designed for the regulations to contain, the permit regulations, to contain all of the different particulars about hours of operation and exactly how you're going to operate it. It provides for more flexibility if you don't have that in an ordinance format. If you put that in an ordinance, you're talking planning commission, 2 council hearings, and 30 days. If you put it in a regulation format, then it doesn't require that whole thing to change it. If you, for example, you make the hours of delivery, stop at 10 p.m. and then you find that that's not really workable and that's not something that's, I'm sorry, can you hear me? Am I my mic on? Okay. You find that doesn't work and you need to extend it to 11. And so then you have to go back through the whole process to change that ordinance. So instead of putting it in an ordinance that takes a great deal of time to change, we decided to put it in a regulation format, so it's a resolution, so it's not going to take but 1 council hearing.
But I'm talking about the licensing process.
The licensing process should be relatively simple. It's come in, get it right over the counter, not a big deal.
But we don't have the contours of that process.
That's what we're going to take to the council. That doesn't come to the planning commission. And it's simply the authority in the code to allow for there to be a resolution of regulations to allow an administrative licensing process over the counter at town hall. So it should be just a stop in, fill out the form, and here are your regulations, get your license. It shouldn't be any kind of a burdensome or onerous process at all. Now, they still do have to get a state license, and we have absolutely no control over that. So they'll have to go off and do whatever they need to do with the state to get that license.
Okay, well, that answers my question in terms of how you guys, we'll discuss it later, I'm sure. But Phil, do you have a question now?
Yes, if they applied for and received a state license, could that be perhaps made the only condition to having a license here in Fairfax under this proposal tonight?
Well, It would be difficult for us to restructure it right here tonight, because the way it's been structured is that we put all the regulations and the actual, hours of operation, all the different things that we don't have here in this ordinance. We put those in a resolution format for the council to mull over and consider. So it would be difficult to restructure that tonight, because we don't have that as a finished product quite yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Through the chair, also the state license does not have purview over the types of issues that you're discussing, that the town would require in terms of hours or different types of deliveries, or, right, the town has more purview to establish those parameters and to change them.
Yes, I believe that to be correct.
Thank you.
I would further interject that to date, we have received no information on any license from the state. So we've been kind of left up to our, well, we're going to assume that, for example, the existing dispensary is being operated consistent with our requirements and their conditions, because the state has provided no confirmation, no information about any aspect of that existing state license for the permit. So that's one aspect. Is given their track record, I think it's unlikely we would get any information from the state about any particulars of their license.
From the state,
But-
we could get it from the applicant.
Right.
Okay, any further questions for staff from the commission? All right, I'd like to open up the hearing to the public. If anyone would like to comment on this matter, please come up. If you care to state your name, and if you're a Fairfax resident for the record, we'd appreciate it.
Good evening, commissioners, staff. Larry Bragman, and I'm here as Lynette's attorney. Just as far as some of the questions that came up, there's two levels of regulation that we have to deal with, local and state. So the state requires a local license, the local authority requires a state license. Where do you start? So that's kind of the conundrum we're dealing with. So if the commission approves the item tonight, it would go to the council for approval and enactment. And at that point, Lynette would apply for the license. And as a condition of activating the license, she would need to get a state license. So that is how we would harmonize your local authority with state authority. So they're somewhat mutually contingent. As far as Commissioner Swift's mention of the location, I believe that we would have to demise the premises so that we would have separate premises for the adult use facility versus the medical dispensary. So we would have to have separate facilities, separate addresses. That's required. So it is kind of a work in progress, but I just want to say I really want to thank the commission and thank the staff for helping the Marin Alliance. It is in a very precarious position, and if this is approved and then approved by the council, this will protect and preserve them to go forward. Their business is in survival mode, and so this is a very important aid that you're providing, and I think it's one that most of the folks in the community understand and appreciate. So Lynette will be able to address specific concerns, but again, I do want to thank you all for understanding and really putting your noses to the grindstone and getting us here. So thank you very much. I don't know if anybody has any questions for me. Seeing none, I will step aside.
This is a scheme then that Lynette and you and the business there, the coalition alliance would be happy with.
We are very happy right now just to get some daylight. Business is off 90%, so this is a start. We'd obviously like to see there to be a license for really the activities that are included in the micro business category, but you know that can wait for another day. So this is a good start.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Deb Nelson, and I'm a resident here in Fairfax. And I realize that I'm coming to the process a little bit late, but one of the questions I have is why was there an exception given to the 600 feet buffer zone?
This isn't a question and answer. You can make comments, and, we may get around to answering that during our discussion.
Okay, so, okay. I guess my next point was a question, maybe I'll frame it as a comment, I'm hoping there's been some consideration around the delivery radius. I mean, is this delivery service going to service all of Marin County, Northern California? Is it Fairfax only? And is there is some consideration around parameters in terms of volume of sales? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. I'm Lynette Shaw, the owner of the Marin Alliance. I appreciate the work that I know that's gone into this because the medical-only system is failing statewide. As Larry mentioned, we're 90% off because the patients don't want to bother with all that paperwork and all that stuff anymore when they can go to Cotati or everywhere else. The patients are in danger of losing access here unless we do get the adult delivery to help us make, break even. If there's any questions that you guys have for me, I'm not sure. I just wanted to thank you for considering all this and putting the work in.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Lynette, I do have a question because we've heard you speak before, and thank you for coming here this evening. You've talked about a couple of changes that you'd like to see. One is regarding micro-business, being able to do multiple things in your use, and also not having two staff do deliveries. This approach that staff is putting forward does not address those concerns, yet we heard your attorney say that this is a foot in the door. So this is what you want then? What they've proposed is what you want?
Yes, I think it's a good, we can show that, as always, we are in compliance. We've always been in compliance. We've never had any complaints in 20 years. We haven't had any problems in 20 years either. So I think we'll continue to do what we do, which is play by the rules and be reputable and honest.
I think the other aspect of this is that they framed it that it's not transferable, whereas if it was a conditional use permit or going through the zoning code and applied to your property, it would be an amendment to your use permit that you would add the adult sale. So then if you ever chose to add partners or sell it, it would go away. So
I'm not sure about that. I haven't heard that before. That's something that I didn't recognize.
Well, then I guess I would ask the attorney, am I stating that right?
It is a non-transferable permit,
Right.
so you can't sell it.
I can't sell it. I understand that. Under the state rules, you can take in a partner who's not on the business license to a certain percentage or
There's
something.
nothing that says a new owner could not also apply.
All right, thank you.
Through the chair, I was just confused with that comment. Does this not propose that they're only required to have one delivery driver and not two?
The state regulations have a requirement for only one driver.
Thank you.
Just as a clarification, their existing permit requires two drivers, but that pertains to the terms of their permit only. Their
medicinal
right
permit. But for the adult recreational,
Right.
it would be just the one driver required.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, we don't know that because we haven't seen those in front of us.
Those would go.
And that's not going to us, nor has staff discussed that with us.
The statement I made is that the state requirements are only one driver.
Regardless of whether it's for medicinal.
For deliveries. The
For
intent-
deliveries in general, regardless of
Right.
whether
what
it's
this-
medicinal or adult use.
That's what the state requirement is. I don't anticipate we would have anything different for this adult use delivery regulations.
What about the cannabis? I mean, what about, I guess the question is, though, what about the medicinal?
Right now, for medicinal deliveries, she has a use permit that requires 2 drivers. So that use permit would have to be modified for medical deliveries. But we're just talking about the adult use delivery right now.
Yeah, let's all be very clear, very limited, and in my mind, temporary allowance. Anybody else with a question?
Yes, I have a question. Have you done any projections, maybe with your business plan, as to what you expect your product to be, just in terms of quantity or volume? Do you think it will double? Will it triple? Do you have any idea what you're looking at?
I would like to bring it at least back to the level where we had before, so we could pay our bills and stay open for the patients. I'm not sure. I think that we'll do better. That's a good question. There's three licensed medical-only delivery systems coming out of San Rafael now, and that's taken away quite a bit of our medical patient business.
Okay.
So we're working on having the medical deliveries now, but there's a lot more rules. And I was hoping just to level the playing field and have the same rules as everybody else has in the state, rather than extra rules, which we have now.
I have another question. I'm comparing some of the state laws and what San Francisco is doing with Office of Cannabis and mechanisms that they're putting into place or into play for, San Francisco specific. If we are going to bridge the moratorium, the development of all these other provisions will be in progress. But maybe this is premature to start talking about it, but are you thinking about youth education or youth prevention programs, possibly odor mitigation programs that are mechanical in design, just because I'm thinking about volume and how that might affect the environment? And it's not something that is to be resolved tonight, but are you thinking about these things now?
Keeping in mind that we've always been a small business, and we're not allowed to manufacture or distribute statewide. This is a small retail delivery service to our patients and hopefully for the adults in our community.
Right.
So
I'm just trying to figure out a way to...
We have literature we always have available. That's
Right.
something. I'm
Okay.
not sure what it is that you would
I guess I'm
like,
just
you know?
I'm just wondering if you're being proactive. There are a lot of concerned citizens, and I think it's remarkable and admirable that you've sustained this business problem-free, and we have a trusted business owner here in our community, which is great. It brings me peace of mind. But there are members of the community that have valid concerns, especially revolving around the youth. And so I'm taking this opportunity to ask if you are willing to consider things that maybe are not required by the state, but that are being considered in other communities as a way to work
Such
with
as
your community.
information like what happened in other states where the teenage use has gone down 15 to 20% whenever legalization has occurred because it's not cool anymore.
No, I understand. I mean, I read the studies, and I think, we kind of saw that with alcohol, as soon as it became legal. I think there is a lot of evidence of what happens when it's not, criminalized. But I guess I'm asking you as a business owner if you are willing or even thinking about how to address concerns in the community, since...
Well, we always think about that.
Okay.
But I'm trying to find out what it is that the concerns are, and also updating people with facts and,
Right.
what's going on today,
Right.
It's certainly.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
I had a quick question for Ms. Shaw. Would your delivery be limited to Fairfax or anywhere in Marin?
Anywhere in Marin.
Okay, I was just clarifying that.
Yeah,
Thank
because
you.
the patients used to come into Fairfax from all over Marin. And And so I would imagine they would love to have some of our same products again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lou Tremaine, 790 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, Fairfax. Here on behalf of Marin Alliance. To answer your question regarding education to youth, I would think that at the point where we do some sort of tax measure that will have to be voted on by the voters of this town, that a certain amount of that money would be earmarked specifically for that. And I've given that a lot of thought, actually. So I think that it's at that point where we, as that's crafted, we define exactly how much of what percentage of that tax money would go toward that end. And you know, I would say that it should be, you know, a considerable amount.
I think that's perfect, actually. I didn't want to go there, but that was one of the things I was thinking that, you know, as part of the taxes and that's way beyond where we are today, but that there, you know, there are always programs that are, you know, funded, publicly funded for rehabilitation and education and prevention. And so obviously it sounds like your mind is in the right place. You're already thinking, and that's actually great to hear that you would be willing to work with our officials or our town to that end.
Yeah, I think that that's going to have to be a collaboration. I mean, not to get off topic, but that the taxation issue is a big one, and striking the right balance is a big, you know, is a big thing. Making sure that we're not exacerbating the state's current taxation scheme, which I'm praying will change. But, you know, how we handle it locally is going to be a collaborative effort. And based on what we're experiencing right now, I think that that collaboration is well on its way, you know, toward happening. We're very appreciative of your stance as a commission on our behalf. I think it made a big difference to the town council, and there was a monumental shift there. This is huge. I mean, you guys are really coming, the town is coming through for Marin Alliance, and that's really important. It's important to keep in mind that we're currently grandfathered in, but I think that it would be facilitative for the town to even just slightly, 100 feet, reduce the radius so that we're out of the radius of Cascade Canyon School. Outside of that, we're fine. So I would encourage not just the commission, you know, I would encourage you to recommend to the town, to the town council, that the town council reduce that radius by, hey, it could be 50. I mean, we're like really borderline. But it would allow us the latitude to move forward unencumbered.
But those things, just to interject here, aren't before us
This is
tonight.
correct. This is correct. But there's no doubt that we will be getting into a broader discussion about the current use permit that we have. And so down that road, as we look at the current use permit, and I'm really glad that staff has taken this in the direction that it's taken it in terms of making it more administrative, making it, I mean, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Can we wrap it up, Lou?
Yeah, and, I guess that's about it. We're very appreciative, very, very appreciative of the efforts that the town as a whole is making to help us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Pratt. I'm the president of West Marin Little League. I'm also a Little League parent. I have two boys that are now 9 and 13, but they've been playing West Marin Little League at Central Field in Fairfax since they were 4 years old. So we have a lot of family history with that field and a great love of that field as well. I'm here tonight to present several concerns both about the delivery option that's before this commission, as well as some broader concerns about this location, which, as I'm sure the commission is aware, is within 25 feet of Central Field in Fairfax. Just a little bit of background on our program in case you aren't familiar with the program as it exists now. We register about 450 children between the ages of 4 and 15 every spring in our program. We use that field 9 months out of the year. We use it for fall ball between August and October, and we use it for spring baseball from February through July. And when we are in session, we use it 7 days a week. We use it all day Saturdays and Sundays, and every weekday after school hours. So it does get quite a bit of use with children, as I said, as young as 4 years old. We use it for our opening day festivities. We use it for our playoffs. We use it for All-Stars. We pay the city of Fairfax a use fee for the field each year that's approximately $4,000. And as I mentioned, and I know the commission is aware, this dispensary is so close to this field that is a primary youth sports facility and youth gathering place in this community. Now, the delivery option presents several concerns from our point of view, and I'm just not sure how many of these issues have really been fleshed out for this committee or for the council. We have concerns about traffic. We have concerns about very young children being dropped off for practices and games 9 months out of the year at the School Street Plaza. We don't have a sense of what this volume would look like if financial necessity is the issue that's cited, and I understand that it is, and I believe that to be real. It does seem like that the uptick in volume that they'd be looking for would be significant enough that it might pose a safety concern for children that are using that facility for youth baseball. We have concerns about whether the town intends to have oversight over days and times of delivery, number of vehicles, insurance and training for the drivers of these vehicles that would be coming in and out of the parking lot, again, that we use for this youth baseball program. So those are a number of issues that I think perhaps just have not been fleshed out yet, but they're concerns that I have as a Little League parent and as the president of our organization. But I think I have to say on a more broader, more general level, I mean, we have concerns about this location, especially as it seems fairly clear that the owner is moving toward a recreational marijuana storefront. I mean, that does seem to be the ultimate goal at the end of this moratorium. And I want to say with all respect to Ms. Shaw, who I've not met personally, but I know how well regarded and how highly regarded she is in this community. But it does seem to me that if a member of the public walked in who was not Ms. Shaw and asked to locate a recreational marijuana facility 25 feet from a baseball field within the 600-foot buffer of the pavilion, close to Cascade Canyon, the tennis courts, and Perry Park Playground, it does seem to me that that would be almost a non-starter. And so it seems that because of the unusual circumstances and the specific circumstances of Ms. Shaw's situation, there's a tremendous amount of sympathy for her, and she's like a local hero, and we understand that. But I'm not sure that's a sound basis for crafting town policy on marijuana due to the specific individual circumstances that are presented here. I don't believe that this is an appropriate location for a recreational marijuana storefront. It seems to me that there must be other locations that are not quite so close to so many youth facilities. And if I may just close with two more very brief thoughts. There are a lot of great adult entertainment and adult recreational opportunities in this community, as there should be. There should also be places for children. There should be places where children can go and play sports and go to the pavilion and go to play tennis and go to the playground and not be impacted by certain activities that are restricted to adults. And as the president of our league, I do have to say that if we get down the road where a recreational storefront is really on the table of any size and scale, I think we would be derelict if we didn't consider how much continuing use we will have at Central Field, given that we do have other fields we use. We use Warner Field in Woodacre, we use the field in Nicasio, we use the fields of Ross Valley School District as well. And I think, as the president of the league, if we did not consider that in deciding how to go forward with future use of Central Field, I think we would probably be derelict in our duties as a board. So I thank you for your time and attention tonight.
Thank you. Linda, you know, I can't see that, so it's kind of annoying. Thank you. Well, no, can you put it so both the speaker and I can see it? Thank you. Sorry.
Can I ask a question of staff? Linda, have there been any concerns over the last few years with between the field, the use of the ball field and the Alliance?
I would prefer if we get into that after we get into the, I'm not saying before we close the public hearing.
Oh, that's fine.
But I'd like to hear all the rest of the speakers. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Fernandez. I'm a Ross Valley parent. I'm also the member of a local organization that uses evidence-based environmental prevention efforts to reduce underage drinking and drug use in Fairfax and San Anselmo. And I know that this hearing is for delivery, but I did want to address the storefront since that's something that has come up. We have a substance abuse crisis in our community amongst youth, and it's altering the lives of our kids. Sometimes it's immediately, and in other cases, it's years down the road. There's no solid evidence that selling cannabis through legal channels keeps it out of the hands of youth. In fact, based on reports out of Colorado, the black market seems to be thriving. Also, legalization and normalization leads to decreased perception of harm amongst youth, which leads to increased youth. Not to mention all the new commercial products that are coming in the market that are designed to be appealing to youth, like the PAX Era, which is a device, a vaping device, very similar to the Juul, but instead of using a nicotine fluid or a tobacco fluid, it's a cannabis oil that's like right around 70%. And one of the names is like Skittles, like similar to Skittles. So they're very appealing to youth, and this is something that we're already seeing. I understand that you can't be expected to be experts on this issue, and the fact that you need to be and that you're making like these really, really important decisions for our community seems a little bit crazy to me. But among the general public and my friends and people that I talk to in the community, there seems to be just a lot of misinformation, or people aren't informed about actual cannabis today, what these products are, what they look like, and what the public health impact is. For example, one of the articles from the website Leafly that was included in the staff packet had the headline, "Teen use plummets amid California legalization." That's actually not true at all. They were referring to the California Healthy Kids Survey, and that data was collected prior to the date when non-medical retail sales began. And then somebody else also referred to the other states that teen use has plummeted. That's not true either. And I will send you links to everything I have. I have a list of resources that shows that in Colorado, the largest counties, including Denver and which one, Jackson or Jefferson, were not included in that. And this is where the concentration of these retail cannabis businesses are. We are still waiting on our local results for the California Healthy Kids Survey, the one that was just administered. And we expect to have them back soon. But in the meantime, we do know that the 30-day use, the current use for our students at Drake High School is 46%, which is over double the rate of the 30-day use, current use for teens in the rest of California, or in California as an average. So I would urge you to look at our local conditions here and what we're dealing with already, which is a crisis.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I have a few more minutes like the other speakers did?
Only because I couldn't see the clock. So I'm trying to keep everybody to 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, I'll just finish up here. So there's just a couple more facts that I want to say. The fact is that it's too soon to gauge any real impact in California. Since the legalization of cannabis in other states, we know that car crashes and drug driving deaths has increased.
Okay, I am
Emergency
going to
room visits
interrupt
have
you
risen, and
because
there's
you're
no
actually
question.
going off topic. Tonight is not a discussion about retail cannabis. We are talking about lifting the delivery for medical marijuana to allow adult use delivery. And I think if you come back to our meetings in November, we are going to be looking holistically at all of this stuff. So I encourage you to come back then. Thank you.
May I please say my last sentence? Because, I mean, really, we talked about micro
One
businesses.
sentence, thank you.
like
Please say your one
food.
sentence and
Okay,
not
well,
argue with
It's
me.
a paragraph, my last statement.
Okay, then no. I'm
Regarding
sorry.
access for adults, Fairfax
Can
has a
we-
medical marijuana dispensary, which if this passes, will also be delivering recreational cannabis to Fairfax residents. Both medical and non-medical marijuana can be currently delivered through a
Okay,
number of
you know, it
services.
really doesn't do you very well to do this to me while I'm asking you to stop and move on for the next speaker. We're trying to get through a lot of stuff, and it's kind of undercutting your cause to do this. So thank you very much. Please come back in November.
I just wish that you would be fair between both sides. You've heard a lot from one side, and you cut me off in the middle of mine. I wish it was just a little more
I'm trying to limit
equitable.
everybody to 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Use the gavel.
Hi, may I begin?
Please, thanks.
Thank you. My name is Holly Beatty. I'm a fairly new resident to Fairfax. I'm a new business owner, actually, in the Fairfax, the School Street Plaza. I've opened a healing center there. And I just wanted to comment, as I've been living here for about 6 months, almost every day, I'm in the parking lot for some reason or another, and I'm so often asked where the dispensary is. And the kinds of people that ask me where the dispensary is are so diverse in nature. Sometimes I've been asked by people in wheelchairs that are parking close by, and because I have the wheelchair space near my building. Sometimes they're moms. Sometimes they're a variety of ages, you know, from in their 20s to 70s. And I've never experienced anything but a cordial, do you know where the building is? And when I see people come out, I don't see them loitering. I don't see them talking and hanging out. I see them coming and purchasing something like you would gum from a store and leaving, very politely. And I've also noticed something with the ball field. The ball field traffic and the dispensary traffic, they never really seem to meet at all. In fact, they're two separate worlds. I know it's close, but I just want to comment that there's a utility nature that comes in with this traffic. They come in for something to purchase and they leave. And what's happening at the ball field really is doesn't seem to be any interaction whatsoever. What I have seen that I would comment on is it seems that there may be a challenge with substance abuse among teenagers in Fairfax. Because I'm a new resident, I have noticed that is true. There seems to be a lot of lack of parental supervision of a certain age group. And I would say that if we can pass any measures that would offer greater, education, that might be a good idea, or maybe there's some other creative ideas. But I don't know that these are necessarily linked. And the last thing I'd like to say is a delivery service sounds like the perfect answer to this question, because what it does is it takes somebody that works at the dispensary and it has them driving away, bringing the product to somebody who's actually nowhere near the ball field specifically. So it really seems to make sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment? Can I make a comment?
Mark, could you hold on just a moment?
A point of clarification, because there seems to be some misinformation out there. Someone said, I believe it was Larry Bragman, that the the adult delivery business has to be located somewhere other than where the medical dispensary is?
No, it just has to be divided and separated from within the building, within the space.
Okay, I just wanted
Per
this
state.
clarification.
Yeah, per
Okay.
state rules right
Thanks.
now. I don't know if that's going to be the case in the future with the
Okay,
state. I doubt
thank
it, but right now.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mark.
Mark Bell, Domingo Avenue, Fairfax. Thanks for breaking it up, because what the lady before me just said was so good, I didn't know how I was going to follow it up. First off, when it comes to measurement, like I know where the Marin Clinic is, and it's not 25 feet from the ball field, it's a lot further than that. Secondly, for businesses down 90% from what it was, that means it was 10 times bigger than it is now, and there were no complaints. She was totally in compliance. Nobody had an issue with it. So if her business goes up by a delivery driver or two, I don't see how that's an issue. A couple of anecdotal things. We used to do the Renaissance Fair for like 30 or so years, and if you want to talk about abusive behavior, that's about the prime area for abusive behavior, of people abusing everything all at once at the same time. And our kids said it was a really great education because it taught them where they did not want to go. And as far as Drake High School, I remember back in the 70s, people told me that the biggest drug dealers in the States were all at Drake High, and they had their own boats and their own planes, and they were flying in marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we keep the applause down? Thanks a lot.
Hi. Can you hear me? My name's Jasmine Garrity, 52 Park Road, Fairfax. I work in the community, and kind of to reiterate what he said, back in the day, Drake High School was the highest drug dealing place there was, and it still is to this day. However, back in the 70s, the THC potency levels was at 3%, and now it's up at 35%, so that's something to be concerned about. So as far as looking at regulations, I have some things that I'd like the Planning Commission to consider. In January 2018, Fairfax City Council members voted to eliminate all flavored tobacco products from being sold in all local retail outlets in the community, as well as adding a tobacco retail licensing program. So I would like you to consider doing something similar for cannabis. Through the licensing, maybe looking at additive flavors as a potential youth attraction, and looking at eliminating that as a reduction of youth use. Also, the state is looking at creating this bud tender training, which is supposed to be similar to how in February 2016, California passed the AB 1212, which I'm sure you might know of it. It requires all alcohol retailers to undergo a responsible beverage servers training program by 2021, which means you learn about theft, you learn about checking IDs, you learn how to deal with over-serving to consumers, and in that case, there'd be a max amount that can be sold per person, and about alcohol delivery practices. So every 3 years, the retailers must go through that training again. So until that bud training program is established, I would... Oh, sorry, yeah, I didn't want to scream. So it would be great if we could require them to go through the responsible beverage servers training until that bud tender training is established, to go through those processes of checking IDs. As far as buffer zones go, I think that we should look at eliminating delivery to bars, because we know that alcohol and cannabis combined is very harmful to the body. So looking at a ban on delivery to bar outlets or schools or certain locations, if that's something that the Planning Commission could look into. Then for THC potency levels, like I just said, 90% of substance use disorders results from habitual use of substances from high potency levels. So there's synthetic marijuana, and there's also plant-based marijuana. So synthetic marijuana has really high THC content in relation to plant-based marijuana. So potentially looking at the THC content and regulating the potency levels, because as a local community, we have the ability to put those regulations in place if we want them there. As far as labeling goes, we have medical marijuana and recreational marijuana. I don't think that medical marijuana and recreational marijuana should be labeled as the same thing. I don't think that my medicine should be called OG Kush or Sour Diesel or Strawberry Lemonade. I think that we should differentiate the names between those two, because that's something that causes this normalization and this disconnect between a medicine and a recreational use drug.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And I have some pictures I'd love to give to you from a retail outlet in Berkeley.
Okay, please give them to staff. You know, you need to come back to our November meeting, because this, again, is just about the adult use delivery, and we're going to be looking holistically at, I think, everything else, including...
The products at the delivery?
Yeah, so our November meetings are the ones you're going to be looking for. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Steve Gallagher. I'm a Fairfax resident, 251 Marinda Drive. Been in the community for 20 years. Just quickly, I was involved in Little League as well. I was the president for 4 years, was involved in the league for 14 years. So I just wanted to echo what Carrie mentioned, as well as I'm a parent in the Ross Valley community, married to a school teacher. I also want to echo some of the comments that my fellow parent made. I just want to reiterate, in addition to it being a ball field and the center of arguably the community from a youth perspective, that field is also used, I know, by mountain bike camps. I believe the city of Fairfax has soccer activities there in the spring as well. So I want to just go on the record as saying I am not, my fellow town member asked about that 600-foot rule, and again, I don't know what the history is, but I want to go on record for saying I don't want it to be relaxed. And I think when you talk holistically about the long term, I just think the optics of if it is going to evolve into something more than it is now, that it would only be prudent in this small community to try to find a different place for it, having it right next to the epicenter of where we try to model, you know, healthy activities. There should be a better way. So I just, I plan on coming to future meetings, but thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Bridget Clark, and I just wanted to bring up a couple of things. I wanted to reiterate the importance of the products that are delivered being labeled, and also to consider the THC levels. There's products that I've seen just because I've seen advertisements in a place that I go hiking. There's stickers for other medical marijuana delivery that include like Fruit Loops, shatter, wax dabs, butter, things that I know are concentrates that are really high level THC. And I also can see why Lynette might be feeling the pinch financially, because there are other medical places like the one I've seen advertised where I go and they put stickers on benches that are probably going, you know, delivering. I know they're delivering elsewhere besides San Rafael, where they are located on weed maps if you want to look them up. So that's something I just think is really, really critical, is the kind of marijuana is just, it varies so much, which has already been said. And I will come back in November because I am a parent, and it's not all about the parenting. I mean, it's very tricky parenting with this subject matter. Get an education I've been involved in. I've brought in cannabis speakers to White Hill, to Drake High School. We've been doing that. We're doing vaping, which is 1 out of 3 11th graders are now regular vapors. And as you know, we've got a big issue with Xanax and cannabis. Those are the 2 products that are causing our kids to go to treatment. I've known at least over 12 just within the years that I've had my kids at Drake High School who've gone to treatment before they've left high school. One of whom, I don't think he got treatment, but kids are dying. And I know that people, marijuana can be very helpful to people, I get it. But it's also very detrimental to the youth. And I know you don't want to hear this, but it's a gateway drug. It's for some, not for everyone. And so it's a tricky, tricky thing. And we want to work with you and align as much as we can to figure out what can we do to create a healthier environment for our kids. And I would love to see more for our kids in this community and would do whatever I can to volunteer to help make that happen. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to make this really quick. I can't really follow up on what Holly said. It was so awesome. Every point she made was perfect, I thought. But I'm kind of wondering, I think it's more than 25 feet, actually. And the other thing that I would really say that's really important is why aren't the kids being dropped off at the bottom of the steps? Because the truth is, that's a place where a lot of traffic is coming in and out all the time. To me, it seems like, okay, so don't drop your kids, especially if they're 4, into 2-lane traffic, because that's sort of what you're looking at right there. I mean, I see people coming in and out of there pretty quickly. I think that might be one good solution. Thanks. And maybe we call that responsible parenting.
What does that have to do with delivering?
Thank you. Any other members of the public which wish to speak on this item? Before we close the public hearing, then, I think, Norma, you had a question for staff earlier?
I can't remember what it was. Well, I know. The question was whether there have been complaints about the operations of the Alliance over the last decade that it's been in business.
Yeah, the Department of Planning hasn't received any complaints.
Thank you.
I also have a question. So just to clarify what's happening. So this packet in front of us includes an amendment to the zoning code, and is it to 17.110 referring to the ordinance? Are we amending the medical marijuana section specifically to address this user then? Is that what's happening? But then as well as I don't see an amendment to Section 5 regarding fees, but I see Title 5 being referenced. So is that what we're doing? And then just can you clarify for me what we're doing? Because what I would normally see would be a zoning amendment to create an adult use recreation ordinance, and then we would ask the person who has the medical marijuana existing use permit to apply either for a use permit or an amendment to their use permit so we can get into the details of their business. I'm not clear what we're doing.
Right, so this is a zoning amendment, and it's to do adult use cannabis deliveries by certain existing medical marijuana dispensaries. And the permit that when you see a reference to Chapter 5 or Title 5, that's something that's going to go to the council. That's not here tonight. And that's the authority to have this permit for the delivery service. And so that will be something that goes to the council at the same time as this zoning code amendment goes to the council. And the council will look at both of those. The council will also look at regulations accompanying that Title V authority, and those will be the sort of the business regulations for that type of permit, for that delivery permit. And that's not before you here tonight.
And so if the Title V purpose says that it's supposed to be for revenue only and not for regulation of businesses, then I got lost there, because you're adding regulation to Chapter 5, which is revenue.
It is, because it's a permit, and so we thought that would be the best place to put it in the code. It may not be absolutely perfect, but that is the best place to put a delivery type of permit, which presumably there will be a fee for that permit, but it will only be a fee that would cover the cost of administering that permit.
And the reason why you did that is that you thought that this would streamline it for the applicant? Or why aren't we going the traditional route?
Yes. Well, I don't know if that's traditional or not, but from my practice, what I always like to do is put the overall big, broad picture authority in the code, and especially when you're talking about the zoning code, because the zoning code, to change that, you come to the planning commission, and then you have 2 hearings at the council, and then you have 30 days before that code changes. So it's quite a lengthy process. And so when we were looking at trying to develop regulations for this permit, for this delivery permit, that's something that's in flux, and that's something that may have to change after it's already been approved. So, for example, and I used the example earlier of hours of operation. Let's say we say hours of operation only till 10 p.m. and it turns out that that's really not working for some reason. I'm just using this as an example. And we want to change it to 11 p.m. To do that in a resolution is 1 hearing at the council. To change that, if it's in this zoning code, is planning commission hearing, 2 hearings at the city council, and then 30 days before that becomes effective. So you increase your flexibility for something that is new, that we're trying. And so that was the thinking behind that.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm not yet ready to close this hearing because I have a number of questions for the applicant, maybe not the applicant, excuse me, for maybe Mr. Bragman, you could come up and I could ask some of the questions that occurred to me as we were listening to commenters. And I don't know, Lynette, you might also want to come up as well. So, you know, I kind of take issue with the whole idea that we're punting this back up to the town council to deal with the minutia of a temporary allowance to get us through the rest of this moratorium, which I hope will not be that much longer. But in the interest of helping the council to noodle over some of these questions, I was wondering if you guys had thoughts on, let's start with hours of operation. I think we said that 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. was what is listed for the state for delivery. Do you guys have an opinion? Would you like 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. to be your hours of operation?
Right, so this, the state sets the maximum parameters. If there's concern by you about those hours of operation, you know, I mean, we would definitely collaborate with you in working out some hours that were acceptable.
We've been operating 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. for the last 20 years, except for the period we were closed.
And how about limitations on where deliveries could be made, like whether they could be to a bar or near a school, et
The
cetera?
state will not allow us to deliver to a bar. That's already illegal. We're not allowed to do that. There is no mixing of cannabis and alcohol. ABC regulations and Bureau of Cannabis Control regulations do not allow that. So we would certainly not be doing that. We're looking at residences.
What about delivery limitations on what the products are? We heard about Skittles as some extract tonight and things that might be, include additives, et
We
cetera.
have not historically carried those things. We're not looking to.
We don't have flavored, artificially flavored cannabis.
Right.
We're organic.
Yes, yeah, our products are organic, and it's not contemplated that we're going to go in a different direction. We're just looking to widen the consumer base for the products that we carry.
So synthetic cannabis is not on your
We've never
menu?
sold synthetic cannabis ever, and we don't anticipate doing so. In fact, we're philosophically opposed to it.
Can I just, while the applicant is back up there, urge that you take another look at the great attachment D the staff put together, which is the state regulations as they existed on about the 19th of this month. They change all the time, I know.
Yes, they do.
Take a look at those state regulations, and I urge the public to take a look at exhibit attachment D as well, because many of the comments I heard coming up are illegal uses, and they're clearly in the state law, so that, there's this aspect also. Thank you.
Yes, and for clarification purposes, the state regulations are still evolving. There's a 15-day comment period on what was just released, but they're getting close, thank God.
So another question I have is about background checks for delivery employees. Is that something?
It's already required in the state rules.
Under the state rules.
Yeah, it's asking to comply with the state rules.
Exactly. They have to have a, why am I having a brain fart right now? They have to have a live scan check.
Unbelievable regulations.
Proper identification of every delivery person.
I wouldn't want a client under those regulations.
Clearly identifies who they are.
Can you put the mic on or talk near the mic, Lynette?
Under the state laws, the delivery person has to have a laminated photo ID with their name on it and the company that they're working with. So they have a badge on them, either pinned or laminate, lanyard. That's the law.
That's right there.
And we heard a lot of comments about the location. I know you guys have been operating there for many years, and according to staff, without complaints. I've seen that reflected in a number of the historic resolutions that have been passed by this town. But I want to ask about your long-term plans for that location.
We don't have long-term plans to change it much. We would love to have a separate storefront for adult use at some point. However, which would be farther away from the ball field than our current dispensary is now, by the way. But, and it's second floor. You know, we do not have children lingering around our facility. They don't really know that it's there. At one point, several months ago, I noticed that kids were starting to use the ramp that is for handicap access on their skateboards. And I personally posted no skateboarding on the plaza property, around the entire property to dissuade that behavior. It worked. And we have our security staff who patrols the property more than anything else, keeping kids from loitering, keeping people from loitering, keeping people from smoking even tobacco on the property. There is a rule that says no smoking of anything on the plaza.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, guys. I think that's it for my questions. Anybody else?
I have some little language changes. I don't know if
Wait,
we're not there yet.
we're not there yet. Hold on.
I'm sorry, I just wanted some clarification about what was happening in November and if this is really a temporary ordinance, because I don't see an expiration on it.
Well, it's not temporary, and because it doesn't have an expiration on it, but it is contemplated that you're going to be reviewing and revising everything connected with cannabis. And so this is up for review and revision if you so desire.
So what I'd like to know is if anybody has any further questions for anyone in the public rather than staff, so I can close the public hearing if we don't. Okay, thank you guys very much. Can you turn the mic off, Larry? Thanks.
Can you turn your phones off?
And so I'm going to bring it back to us. And before you get into language changes, Phil, I'd like to have further discussions among the commission and specifically talk about what you guys envisioned in terms of how this temporary, we heard from council that the idea was, hey, we could make this, a permanent change, or we could, make it something that, or recommend that the council make it something more temporary, as I was looking at it, as sort of a bridge to getting through the rest of the moratorium until we have time to have further discussion, a big picture about delivery in general, brick and mortar in general, et cetera, in a more holistic way. But if you guys see it differently, I'd like to hear from you all.
Yes, well, I heard the public. I heard a very odd thing, actually, from one member of the public, that tobacco vaping is apparently okay compared to marijuana vaping. I don't really agree with that myself. I think the warnings on tobacco products are very similar. I think this is the way to go. The way I see this personally is this is what we're doing today, and then we will be reviewing some other, perhaps if town council sees fit to review another set of ordinances, regulations next month, or not. This is really a great idea. I didn't anticipate this when I heard the town council discussions, but I didn't hear the latest one. So I think this is a good way to go overall. Just some language changes that I would make, but generally speaking, this is fine.
Yeah, I just closed the public hearing before we brought back. Thank you, Commissioner Green. We will come back to talk about language changes. Does anyone else have sort of more big picture thoughts on this?
I think, as we mentioned at our last meeting, when this came before us, that I was disappointed that we weren't looking at kind of dual tracking and looking at this along with continuing on the work we had started in September on looking at the holistic cannabis regulations in town. And there's like 10 or 12 items there we need to address. So I see this, as staff attorney mentioned, that this is temporary for now, and that when we look at everything holistically, that has the possibility of changing, what we're doing tonight as we wrap everything in. So that's how I view, our process tonight.
I actually have a question, follow-up to what you were saying about this being a temporary or a bridge versus something permanent. And I would like to see some checks and balances, or rather, if there are checks and balances, maybe through complaints or something comes up, will we have an opportunity to revisit it before anything permanent is brought before us?
I think there's a 6-month review period.
I guess I'm asking, is there a 3-month review period? Can we have a some kind of timeline where after a certain amount of time we check in to see how things are going, especially if something permanent has not been brought before us?
We could add a re-review aspect to the regulations. And then I'd just like to repeat that because obviously there's a much broader scope to the whole commercial cannabis discussion that the commission will be refocusing on as soon as this is off your table. In some ways, this will be part of that also. So we have the benefit of likely seeing it actually in operation. So I would be surprised if there were any feedback that it didn't inform those future discussions.
That sounds good.
Norma, Michelle, any thoughts here?
I guess my feeling would be to continue the item to allow staff to develop the adult use cannabis regulation with all of its details so that we can review it, and that would be our recommendation to the council. I think that this is an ordinance, and I think they've still got to have a first reading and a second reading and a 30-day adoption because it involves zoning anyway. So I don't know why we're looking at a partial detail. I feel like we wouldn't we wouldn't have enough here to approve, in my opinion. I could get into all of the details about comments and so on, but that in general is it.
Okay, appreciate that. Norma, do you have thoughts on this you want to share? So,
Mimi, can I say
Oh, go
something?
ahead.
If you're going to wrap up. I was just going to say to anybody who hasn't read the state laws, I highly recommend that you look at them. They're very stringent and have a lot of provisions that protect the public. I think, however, the state laws are very general, and I think it would be good to have additional supplemental ordinances or provisions that address our community on a smaller scale. I think the state laws in Los Angeles are very different than the state laws and how they apply to our town. The whole radius, the buffer thing kind of comes to mind. I did want to say I did go to the site and I did talk to Lou, the operations manager. I have to just say I couldn't find the place. That doesn't necessarily influence my decision in terms of the safety for children. But I also think we have to keep in mind, the benefit that something like this would bring to very sick people who really do benefit from this and don't want to use other pharmaceuticals. I think everybody's just focusing on the bad effects of this, or some of the, public is talking about the dangers. I think education and prevention programs and rehabilitation programs are going to be part of our society for a long, long time. And I think that's where we should be focusing. I don't want to focus on the retail part of it. That is not what we are being tasked to do today. We are being tasked to look at the delivery system to keep reputable business afloat, in my opinion, because I think they have an excellent track record. And if we don't have somebody that is above board, that cannot be regulated or monitored, we're going to have other people coming into our community and putting our kids in danger. And I would, given the choice, have somebody that we already know has a great, record, 20 years, to sustain and be in compliance with the California laws is pretty amazing for any business. So anyway, that's my...
Okay, thank you. Thanks. I wanted to respond to the question of why are we doing this, and I think the answer is that we were directed to do this by the town council. And so I think that's sort of, looking at their direction to move forward with consideration of a sort of slice of the greater pie, and to do that slice on an expedited basis, and then continue forward with the rest of the program. So, what I heard from the town council was do this for the existing medical dispensaries in town, and then we can look holistically at the rest of it. So I appreciate that. I think there were members of the town council who raised questions about why we weren't just moving forward, but at the end of the day, they elected to give us this direction. I think that's what we're tasked to do. I think, from my perspective, the town council spent an awful lot of time over the past year getting input from the community about all sorts of things having to do with adult use cannabis in Fairfax. And I actually am not happy with the idea that we would send up a recommendation to them that did not include recommendations on hours and other limitations. I think that is our responsibility as the Planning Commission. I do not want to see them take that on without some input from this commission. So I'm going to go through and ask the commissioners tonight what they would do. Frankly, I disagree about putting regulations together. I would, if it was up to me, I would put this all in an ordinance. I would spell everything out in an ordinance, and I would say, this ordinance expires when the moratorium expires. Okay? And I wouldn't worry about the fact that it was strict and concrete and limited, because we are going to move forward with lifting that moratorium and enacting some comprehensive rules on adult cannabis in this town. So with that in mind, in terms of delivery for existing medical dispensaries in Fairfax to deliver adult use cannabis, are there restrictions, and I'm going to ask each of you separately, on hours of operation, type of deliveries of products that would be limited, or other limitations that you would recommend the council consider in their meeting when they take this up? So can I start with you, Norma?
Okay, if I can also ask a question that has to do with, I'm looking at page 2 of the staff report, the bottom section, the Planning Commission may provide general comments on items A through J, and I see a restriction for on-premise signage similar to those for the dispensary, which obviously no one can find. And so I guess the signage is taken care of there. But my question is, how will the delivery service operate? Just kind of in a nutshell, how will people learn about it? How will an order be placed? Can someone tell me how that works?
I closed the public hearing, Norma, so I guess
staff.
I could tell you.
Okay.
There's an app you can download on your phone called Weed Maps, which somebody from the public mentioned. And you can search for various businesses that will deliver to your home through that. There's probably other advertising mechanisms as well.
That's great, thank you. And to answer your question about hours and types of projects, I think that the state's hours should be fine as much as possible. I think there should be some consistency. The state starts at 6 a.m., right? Actually, I might prefer the existing hours that Lynette told us of 9 to 9. And I kind of like the idea of not having all of these fruity types of flavors and synthetics to be delivered from there, but clearly that is not their intent. So those are two things.
Let me just quickly read one section of the state law about delivery vehicle requirements, and you'll see how strict this is. There would be no way under I'm an attorney, I wouldn't want my client to be restricted like this. It's really restrictive. A licensed retailer delivery employee, so a vehicle, this is section 5417 in attachment D. A vehicle used in the delivery of cannabis goods shall not have any marking or other indications on the exterior of the vehicle that may indicate the delivery employee is carrying cannabis goods for delivery. Furthermore, it says, no portion of the enclosed box, container, or cage shall be comprised of any part of the body of the vehicle or trailer. And then there's other provisions for sealing, preventing odor from coming out of these containers. So what you'd see if you actually watched a delivery vehicle leave is perhaps a white van that's unmarked, and you'd smell nothing and see nothing except a few boxes. So that's section 5417. Please read the sections, all of us and the public, and you'll see how restrictive this law really is without our regulation. So I would also go with the state regulations, as restrictive as they are. I'd be amazed if Lynette can come up with these requirements and meet them, but, you know, good luck to her.
Phil, can I say something to that effect? Just based on my experience, you know, I went to go see the physical location and the adjacencies, expecting to find a fleet of white vans, and came to learn that they don't even use a van. You know, it's just a regular car, and it's just one right now. So just wanted to point that out. But I was happy to find that there was no fleet of white vans, yeah.
Right, and if anybody saw or attended, you can see it online, the terrific factual lecture we received on the operation of the cannabis business throughout the United States where it happens. It's not a thriving business. It's a fairly limited business, and the reason we're here partly is because the citizens of Fairfax voted some huge percent for Prop 64 that made cannabis legal. So that's kind of the demographic surrounding this process.
Okay, Commissioner Swift?
So I'm not prepared to provide input to that. The way, as you said, the town council asked us to look at the zoning amendment, and their process for this was to look at it not as a conditional use permit and making changes to the existing conditional use permit that speaks to hours of operations and things like that, but look at it more from a business permit application under Title V when they would look at all of those items. So, you know, I've got the existing conditional use permit, I've got all the state regulations that came out October 19th, and I've gone through all those for, you know, for retail, for delivery, all of that. I am not prepared nor wanting to provide input tonight for that process, other than the point of, you know, there is within the conditional use permit hours of operation, and I would assume that the council will look at that in relation to the existing business, because I can't foresee that there would be any allowance for delivering from 10 a.m. to from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. But I'm not going to be here tonight providing suggestions onto changes for that, other than my only concern was making sure that an applicant has the state license before it's finalized that they can conduct business within the town.
Well, my understanding, though, is that we're talking about two separate things, that the medical use permit is completely separate from the adult use delivery allowance via ordinance/regulations that we are talking about. So, would you have additional regulations? I mean, would you think you might recommend additional restrictions on a business licensee beyond what state requirements would otherwise be?
For delivery?
For the adult use delivery for this specific existing medical marijuana, and in my mind, until the moratorium is over.
Not until we get into the holistic look at cannabis regulations in Fairfax. Otherwise, you know, I don't see the relevance for this tonight.
Okay, thank you. That actually answers my question, and I think I agree with you. Commissioner Rodriguez?
I think looking at the town managers A through J, I'm feeling yes on all of those, not so much on the annual renewal process. I did feel in comparing the state material that was provided us that I did not see stuff like the requirement for a shipping manifest, or some chain of custody records, or I think we heard tonight some question about volumes of sales or the amount that people could carry in delivery. So I guess I would have that as an additional, but in terms of product type, I think I was agreeing with somebody else who said, well, I think Lynette too, that they don't go for fruity, and I think she was saying not synthetic, so I think I was supporting that idea, and that was all I could say.
Okay, and just a point to the state's delivery regulations, they do speak to what can be carried in a vehicle, and they speak to it in relation to a dollar amount.
Exactly. A driver cannot carry more than $5,000 worth of goods at any one time, for example.
Commissioner Gonzalez-Parver?
I'm thinking.
All right.
I don't have anything to add to this list. I think just based on what I saw before, the ordinance before, I was okay with, just their rules on hours of operation and how much they were carrying, in terms of value. So I'm good with what is already in play for.
Okay, so I'll just say a couple of things before I then get into sort of more detail in terms of the ordinance that is included in the staff report. So just get on my little soapbox for a little bit. The number of registered Fairfax voters, the percentage of registered Fairfax voters who voted for Prop 64 is 77%, Phil. So I think that, the question of whether Fairfaxians are going to want us to continue to be friendly to adult use cannabis in a number of different forms is going to continue. I think that we saw at the council meeting that we do need to focus on education and rolling out a wise strategy for ensuring that we've got responsible use of cannabis in this town, and that we are not encouraging our youth in any irresponsible ways. But I think that that's exactly what we're doing right here tonight, which is starting one step at a time with a very tiny piece of the pie, and hopefully everybody who's interested in the rest of it is going to come back for the next couple meetings. So we did get some material from a lot of people in the public in advance of this meeting. I was concerned that some of it was not supported by facts, and I really want to encourage people when they send us stuff, if you've got links, make sure the links go somewhere. If you send us links, make sure your links include articles that support the statements that you're saying, because if you send us stuff with broken links or links that take us to places that don't say anything to support the statements in your messages, it gives us the idea that you think we're stupid and we're not going to be looking at this stuff, which we are. I think there are So I have concerns that people are intentionally trying to mislead members of this commission by sending us stuff that just does not appear factually supported, and I would encourage all of us to look at the materials that we're getting very carefully from the members of the public. I also want to add that an acquaintance of mine recently went into anaphylactic shock after smoking marijuana that appeared to have mold and been treated with various substances in order to hide the fact that it had mold, and that this marijuana was given to them from somebody who got it on the black market, not at a regulated dispensary, and that it was a serious health concern. And so I think that the black market in Fairfax is a real concern for all of us. And I truly believe that if we can bring common sense regulation to adult use of cannabis in this town, it's going to really benefit all of us. And that by regulating it, we can ensure that we aren't getting synthetics, we aren't getting mold, we aren't getting contaminants, we aren't getting pesticides. And so I hope that we can all work together to get there. That's it for that. So let's talk about the ordinance itself. And Phil, I guess we can start with your thoughts on this.
Thank you, Chairman. I have just a few clarifications in the ordinance at 1710.230A. And it was mentioned tonight also that we're the second line. So a medical marijuana dispensary that was legally operating as of April 3rd, 2018, and is permitted to operate a medical marijuana delivery service by the town is the words I would add, because that may clarify the fact of the question came up, is it by the state or by the town or who is it by? So I think that would be one language addition. Another is in section 5, where we're posting the ordinance. I don't know if we need to say this, but online as well would be added to bulletin boards and post offices and things, Women's Club online. I assume that the ordinance would be available
Online on the town's website.
Yeah, I think it might just be good to add those words so the public who reads it would know that. Those are my clarification. I said they were small, so those are my clarifications to the ordinance itself.
Other commissioners?
Going back to 1710-230, A, it states, and it's a little confusing. I think I understand its intent, but I think the language is a little confusing. It says, a medical marijuana dispensary that was legally operating as of April 3rd, 2018, and is permitted to operate a medical marijuana delivery service may operate as a permitted use in any commercial district and adult use cannabis delivery service from its existing premises, subject to the following conditions. So the point for me is its existing premises. It isn't defined by a time. So where we say it's a dispensary that was operating as of April 3rd, 2018, it doesn't state, I think the intent is that it's existing premises like today or yesterday, but there's no time or date in there to define when its existing premises was, where it was as of a certain time. And I think that would be clearer on this if that is the intent, to limit it, going forward. And I'm not sure, my other thought on that is I'm not sure of the April 3rd date, what that represented. But it may be that you could use April 3rd also in relation to its existing premise.
Excuse me. Sorry. The April 3rd date is 6 months prior to the October 3rd council meeting. They just said 6 months, and we made it
Okay.
April 3rd.
then I think there needs some clarity as to the date of the existing premises so that it shows that we're really looking at something in existence now.
You could say then existing and make it clear that it was the April 3, 2018 premises.
Good.
That's a good word.
From its then existing premises? Okay, got that.
Was that it? Anyone else with language comments, specific notes on the language of the ordinance in front of us?
So does the whereas on the radius distance from the youth center, does that need to be accepted, or is that measurement further than that?
Where are you?
I'm on the ordinance first page, fifth whereas, where it identifies that there's a 600-foot radius to youth centers. And so is the existing youth center further than that? And so we don't have to accept that?
The existing youth center is within 600 feet. 403 evidently, so both the pavilion and the youth center qualify as falling within that 600-foot.
I guess the question from Commissioner Rodriguez is, do we have to specifically say that we're accepting the location from the state buffer, or because the ordinance is by definition allowing existing medical dispensaries to operate delivery for adult use from their premises, that we would not need to be explicit about the state buffer not being applicable to these businesses?
Look at section B, second sentence of B. The town finds that no setback or radius is necessary for the conduct of adult-use cannabis deliveries by an eligible existing medical marijuana dispensary pursuant to this section.
No.
So the thing with the state buffer zone is it's in existence, a 600-foot buffer zone, but a local government can designate a different distance, and here we're saying this buffer zone is inapplicable to this particular section of the ordinance. So instead of saying it's a 300-foot buffer, we're saying that no buffer is necessary.
You're saying it's inapplicable and not exempt from it.
Right.
Yes.
No setback or radius is necessary for the conduct of adult-use cannabis deliveries.
I have another one, question on that for 1710-230, number 3, where it says, no adult-use customers shall be permitted to access or remain in the premises of a medical marijuana dispensary. But the reality is there wouldn't be any adult-use customers in a delivery-only business, so it's a little confusing there. It makes you seem like you could have customers going to the delivery part of it.
That's an attempt to make it very clear that you cannot have a retail sale here. There is no adult-use customers can access or remain in the premises, so you have to order your delivery in some other way, phone, internet, something. You cannot go in and order, hey, can you, at 2 o'clock this afternoon, bring to my house? You can't do that. You have to call up.
So it's just for clarification to those that may be reading.
Yeah, it's trying to set the parameters here.
Okay, that wasn't clear to me. So their intent is to separate the processing of the medical dispensary from the adult use, to physically separate the
state
processing of both functions.
The state requires right now that you have to have, it has to be separate.
Right, and so that's why there needs to be, you can't have one, you can't have adult retail in the dispensary, you cannot have medical dispensary in the adult retail area. But you're further clarifying that people can't walk in to the adult delivery service to request it there as well. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Okay, I actually have quite a few comments. So, first off, everywhere, I want to get away from using the word marijuana and use cannabis. So in the title and ordinance of
Can
the
I just say why we did that? Because we have an existing medical marijuana dispensary ordinance. And that's what we're talking about right here. When we get to the big, broader thing, absolutely, we'll use cannabis completely. We don't envision the existing ordinance still existing and using medical marijuana. No
So you want to use the phrase medical marijuana dispensary as a term of art in this?
Until we change.
Okay, well then I'm going to just
everything.
identify a couple that aren't terms of art.
Okay.
So the top of page 2, first whereas clause, there's a reference to relating to, at the end of it, relating to commercial, medical, and adult use cannabis retail uses. I want to add the word cannabis in there. Well, I don't know, you and I may be on a different one. This is a whereas clause that says, at a special meeting on August 15th, 2018, the town council referred the matter to the town planning commission for additional input. I'm in the ordinance.
The ordinance section of the resolution.
Top of page 2.
She's doing it online, so she's probably having difficulty.
Was there a revision that maybe doesn't reflect the one I'm using from last month, which is the one that has all my comments, or?
Sorry, I think it's the same one.
Attachment A, that confused me too, the ordinance is attachment B.
The ordinance is B. Okay, you're looking at the second page of attachment B, is that right?
Yes.
Whereas at a special meeting on August
Yes,
15th,
sorry.
2018.
Relating, so the very last line, particularly on the issues relating to commercial, medical, and adult use cannabis retail uses. I want to add the word cannabis in there.
Just get this down.
I think Norma mentioned this earlier, but I didn't get a confirmation. The section number is 17-110-230,
Yes, noted.
not 10-230.
110.
Under 17-110-230A, may operate as a permitted use in any commercial district. And that's specifically operate its non-storefront retail business, but not limiting the area of delivery, right?
Right.
Okay.
No, this is just talking about the location of the business itself, not where they're going to deliver.
Right, so can we say may operate the non-retail business as a permitted use in any commercial district? Just to clarify.
Non-retail, let me see. The non-retail, what was it?
Business.
I'm just trying to use the state language, which I have somewhere else. I think it's non-storefront retail business. And then further on, we've already discussed how an adult use cannabis delivery service from its then existing premises, subject to each of the following conditions. Under 1B, again, I'll just put on the record, I don't really agree with this approach. I think that the ordinance itself can lay out permission, and that we can develop business permit requirements when we get into the holistic, but I'll just say that. On the one on number 2, I question whether we should put a clause before number 2. So this is 17-110-230A2 that would say, except as set forth herein regarding the buffer zone. I'm not sure if we need to put some sort of exception to conformance to state law in that provision to make it clear that although we're requiring conformance with state law, you know, there are things in this ordinance that we have the authority to deviate from state law on, like the buffer zone.
We can certainly look at that.
I want to make sure that in number 3, so 17-110-230A3, we're talking about the leased premises, the currently leased premises. We're not talking about the parcel of land here. We're talking about the leased premises. Maybe you can think about that one, Janet.
Well, when you say leased, I know
this is
they currently lease, but what if somebody owned it? The building?
I want to make sure that the premises is limited to Marin Medical Alliance or the existing medical dispensaries premises.
In the business premises? Would that work?
I thought we said then existing.
As opposed to the property parcel.
Right.
And premises has a definition as well within the state code, so
Yeah.
I would imagine it's referencing that definition.
Before section 2, you need some end quotes.
Section 2, yes. Thank you.
And I guess I also question why we need to be redundant about things that are already in the either the state law or the, it's clear in my mind that you aren't going to have adult use customers coming into the medical dispensary. So I guess I'm not, I don't buy into the idea that we need to repeat that because I think it's already there, and I question the wisdom of saying things that are already true, because what aren't we saying that are already true? And is there some implication that only the things we're repeating are just now true anymore?
We were just trying to ensure that there wouldn't be any sales or ordering of a delivery. You wouldn't be able to walk in and order a delivery for later. That's just.
That's already part of the requirements, though.
Yeah, that's just foot traffic, and we're just trying to make sure that people understood that that would be not accepted.
I guess I don't necessarily think it's necessary, so my 2 cents. And I feel that way about a number of the items in the staff report that we were looking at, the things I had crossed out on page 2 of the staff report are, well, I disagreed with requiring the commercial cannabis business permit for this temporary time period. I didn't think you needed B on the no adult use cannabis retail sales at the premises. I didn't think you needed D, no adult use customers shall be permitted to access or remain on the premises. I didn't think you needed F that talked about the moratorium remaining in place for all other uses. I mean, I think all these things are, you know, set forth in the moratorium, set forth in the state law. So
through the chair, it is kind of nice to have those up front, because the state law is way back there, and it's kind of a good summary for people looking, because nobody's read the full state law, and I, you know, I'd read most of it kind of in bits and pieces back and forth, so I see your point, and yet I find that a good clarifying feature in the staff report.
I kind of disagree with the chair a little bit also, in that if we set, this is a new field, and we're going into a little bit of ether here pretty soon. But what I think is better generally is if we pass a new ordinance that more clarification, if it's redundant, it's redundant, but then people get it. They're not going to look at the state law. They're not going to look at the regulations. They're going to look at, what do I have to do to get a license? And they're only going to look at that. And so I am in favor of being a little redundant, let an appeal remove some language rather than us not saying it clear enough in the ordinance itself. And I've always been of that opinion.
And I guess from my perspective, you know, I just think, you know, it's dangerous to repeat things if you're not sure you're repeating everything. Because the things you don't repeat, there are implications that you failed to repeat them for a reason, and you know that as well as I.
Well, that's absolutely true too, especially in contracts. So it's, yeah, you have to be careful, but you also have to be complete. So there's a balancing act, I guess.
We do also have the resolution in front of us, the Planning Commission resolution, although I noted that this was definitely, you know, it basically says that well, I'm going to go to 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth whereas clause. Given some of the comments that the commission is making, to the extent that staff revises what it prepares for council, you might want to add a clause about, you know, staff prepared this ordinance as commented upon and modified through the Planning Commission.
This is the Planning Commission resolution for the recommendation to the council. And so we will take all of the comments and incorporate them and highlight where the Planning Commission has made comments on the ordinance when it goes to the council for first and second readings.
All right, so that was my major comment, you know, very minor comment actually, and then to use cannabis wherever we can in lieu of marijuana. Anybody else have any thoughts on the actual resolution 2018-17?
And we did get a correction. Staff gave us a copy of a correction on the last page, which does change the date at the bottom of section 3 on the resolution from the 18th of October to today.
Great. Anybody else with thoughts about that? Does anybody have a motion?
I'd like to propose a motion to adopt resolution number 2018-17, which recommends, with our changes, the ordinance of the town council to permit certain medical marijuana dispensaries to conduct adult-use cannabis deliveries.
Is there a second?
I will second.
And Linda, if you would take the votes of each commissioner.
Okay. Rodriguez? No. Swift?
Yes.
Green?
Aye.
Fregoso?
Yes.
Gonzalez Parber?
Aye.
Chair Newton?
Aye.
And so just clarifying my no vote, I think that staff could have come forward with the amendment to the zoning code for the regulations related to the use as a whole versus the one-off. I don't think that this really is going to help the applicant by 1 month as it kind of relates. I think that by having us look at what the city manager is going to come up with, I think we could have better given what the applicant wanted.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate staff's help on that. I would like to take a 5-minute break before we get into item 2.
Thank you.
So if I can get everybody to sit down, and if you're going to continue talking, please take it outside. All righty. So we are going to go on to item number 2 of our hearing items. And we're going to get staff report. And I don't know if Gail, are you going to be giving the staff report, or is Ben? I don't know. You guys can arm wrestle over that. Okay. Thank you.
So I'm not actually going to go through the staff report, but just talk about the, just very briefly sort of summarize what's in the ordinance. The ordinance itself was mostly prepared by staff. We did review it and give some comments. There was a urgency ordinance adopted, and then what we're trying to accomplish in this ordinance was to take the 2 separate chapters that had significant overlap, Chapter 19 and Chapter 20, and combine them into, mostly looking at Chapter 19 and making sure there was nothing being left behind that should be brought over into Chapter 20, and removing any potential conflicts or ambiguities between the two, so that you'd have one consolidated chapter dealing with wireless facilities. And Chapter 20, as the staff report states, was modeled largely on some other ordinances that were adopted in communities in the vicinity. So Mill Valley and San Anselmo and Ross were mentioned. The ordinance itself is a reflection of both an attempt to bring your previous ordinance up to date with rather significant changes in state and federal law that have mainly had the effect of preempting some of your authority, but it also reflects policy choices that the staff themselves made. And so, it's otherwise, it's kind of, your typical sort of wireless or wireless ordinance. It talks about, it has a purpose, it has definitions, it requires permits, it has application requirements set forth. There are design and location standards. There are conditions of approval listed. There are procedures outlined. There are some particular cases where, for example, there's a section that was added on eligible facilities requests, which is a particular, to address a particular federal law that actually requires certain types of facilities if they fit within the box of being an eligible facilities request, as defined by federal law and FCC rulings actually requires local governments to approve those types of requests. And then it has, all the other types of things that you would have, the term of the permit, what happens on expiration, or if facilities are abandoned, and other appeals, things like that. And I should note that there was we included a kind of a concordance table, and I'm trying to find it's in my pile here, but I think we did it, and then there may have been, I think there were some typos or some things that didn't work, and I noticed one thing was in the appeals, the old provision 1904-090 is correct, but the new provision is in, I believe, in 1904.240. So if you're looking at the concordance table, that was attachment C.
Okay.
So I'm happy to answer any questions, or, I'm here to give you any advice on any of the, I know this is a very complex area with a lot of overlapping or, state and federal law, so I'm happy to answer any questions or give you any advice on various aspects as we go through.
Chair, question. I've got some kind of general questions sort of in the staff report, and then I know when we get to the actual code that I went through it, and I have many comments and questions on that, but I thought maybe before public comment and all, I could ask some general questions before we get into, of staff, before we get into and leave the specifics for later.
Yeah, that's fine. Are we done with the staff report? Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So the staff report, this is for anybody, talks about, the first paragraph says the towns have historically retained the ability to regulate development standards, including ADA. So when we talk ADA and standards that were historically have been able to regulate, what kind of ADA standards would those have been or are? That's my first question for staff.
I think, I certainly am not an expert in ADA, but I think all that is referring to is that typically if there are installations being put in the public right-of-way, or a building is being modified or something like that, that it is typically there's zoning and your permitting process where you will ensure that there is compliance with ADA standards.
So ADA standards from like physical standards?
Yeah,
Okay.
Americans, yeah, exactly.
Just want to clarify that.
Do you mean, for example, on sidewalks, the ability for a wheelchair to pass on a sidewalk?
Well, that's what I was asking,
Yeah,
if that
that's
was what that
what
was
we're talking
referencing.
about there.
Okay.
Right.
The staff report also references AB 57. And where that, looking at that, it normally speaks kind of to shot clock timing on some types of applications. But the last paragraph on AB 57 says, due to the unique duties and infrastructure requirements for the swift and effective deployment of firefighters, this section does not apply to a co-location or siting application for a wireless telecommunications facility where the project is proposed for the placement on fire department facilities. So if you're familiar with that part of AB 57 and kind of the background of why that was in there, I would like to hear that.
So what I understand, so AB 57, just for anyone who's not familiar, is a state law that was adopted, went into effect, I think, January 1st, 2016. And the purpose of that law The background on that was the FCC developed 2 shot clocks in 2009, and those shot clocks were by interpreting what the federal law said about acting within a reasonable period of time. And the industry went several times to the FCC and tried to get them to say, well, if a local government missed the shot clock deadline, there should be like a deemed grant. And they couldn't get the FCC to agree to that, to adopt that kind of a rule. And so they turned to the states and tried to get states to pass bills that would do that. And so that's what AB 57 is. It is intended for those 2 shot clocks that were adopted by the FCC to allow an applicant to, send in a letter and reverse put the onus on the local government to go to court to stop a deemed grant. And so in the course of bringing that legislation through and the lobbying that went on, as I understand it, and I was not directly involved in any of it, but as I understand it, the firefighters unions, I think, got involved and were opposing the bill, and I don't know on what basis, but that they got that exception.
Okay, so you don't know the background of why?
I don't know why,
all right.
but I know that it was part of the kind of sausage making of the.
Okay. Question on zoning districts for staff, and there'll be more later on the table that's in the draft. But the staff report mentions public domain, and it uses it as one of those examples, the library. So the library is public domain, but the library is also a county facility. So the question that I had on that, when you come to infrastructure where the library is, who has oversight on that, or is that something that the county then would have the approval on, like they do for similar things there in that area around the library?
It's okay. That's all right. We can do it this way. I think they have a history of coming to us for building permits and working with us, but for county functions, they do have the ability to overrule, basically, on their property in our town. But I think that we have a very good working relationship. And so as far as how that would work with a wireless facility on the library, I'm assuming that they own the building, and that's their, it's a library function. The function of library is the county. So hopefully there'd be communication and cooperation and working together and all that kind of stuff, but not necessarily guaranteed.
And the Title 19 is still covering cell phone towers, so this is, what we've done here with the Title 19 is just updating it so it's more current and making sure it encompasses everything. So it's still going to encompass things like cell phone towers that were in the existing Title 19. Doesn't cover things, and this is just kind of a general question from my perspective, doesn't cover things like ham radios on private property.
It does have, there's a section on what's in and what's out, so to speak, and it does address some of those. There are some, like ham radios, where at some level you have been preempted as local authorities from some of the regulation, and so it does try to address those as well.
Okay, my last general question, when we talk public right-of-way, we're also talking utility easements, correct?
If that's how it was defined.
Could you repeat? Private property?
Public right-of-ways
Yes.
also include utility easements.
I don't think that's how it was defined.
Yeah. That would probably be a term of art because there might be instances where a utility easement lies over private property. For example, telephone rights-of-way routinely are private.
Well, and that's kind of, we have utility easements in residential
see-
areas that,
Yeah, that definition of public right-of-way is really related to the streets.
So there is a definition of a public right-of-way in the,
Right.
in the definitions.
I have one overall comment, and that is, there seems to be an exception.
But Phil, comment or question?
It's a question.
Okay.
Why is there a carve-out? Why are we allowing towers and things in CR zones, recreational areas? It seems to me that they're sort of carved out for allowance. It's not considered a public right-of-way, or what? That seems to me what I read in here.
I think, didn't the council address that in their meeting as including the commercial recreational zone along with the residential and multifamily zones in the areas where they would be excluded?
That's my understanding of the regulation as well, as it's an exclusion. It would be excluded from location in those areas. We could re-review that, but that's my understanding.
Okay, if that's it, you clarified it then, thanks.
Through the chair, I have a question on page 3 of the staff report, paragraph 2. No, I'm sorry, it's paragraph 3. The proposed ordinance consolidates Title 19 and 20 into a new Title 19. The intent of Title 20 was to replace 19. However, staff was to evaluate if there were any sections of 19 that should have been included in 20, and yet I don't see a reference to Title 20, and in the concordance chart, it's all Title 19. Do we have a Title 20, or is it 20 subsumed into 19?
Consolidates.
So what happened was 20 was the urgency ordinance, so it was, that was used as the base document for the revisions that are before.
The revisions
Yeah.
to 19.
Right.
I got it.
So
Thank
it's
you.
all 19 now, but
Okay.
it's basically, the base document is 20.
I got you. Thank you.
I have to come back to, if I could, please, Exhibit A, page 8. And it says excluding eligible facility, the wireless telecommunications facility permit required.
Wait.
And there's a chart, Exhibit A, page 8, and there's a chart that says description of wireless facility. And so, just for my understanding, RS, RD, RM, PDD, CR, those are not permitted? Because it says non-residential zoning districts except for CR. That was the reason I asked that question. I was a little confused by that chart.
Correct. So they were lumping CR in with the residential districts as not permitted for most of those facilities,
Okay,
Except
great.
for the eligible facilities.
over which we have no jurisdiction.
Right, okay, thanks. Another question I actually have of staff is, would it be possible to clarify sort of what we can do and what we can't do under federal and state law? And the reason we're here is part of that.
So I do that often as like 1-hour presentations. You probably don't want that version. So let me see how I can. So I think the easiest way to think about it is fundamentally before any laws were passed, like what happened in 1996 with what we call Section 332 C7, that you were dealing with local communities have their police powers. They have zoning power, they have sort of full authority to regulate development in their town. There's always an overlay of where the state declares that something is, what do they call it, like a statewide
Statewide concern.
and your authority is removed, and that happened with respect to telephone franchising, I think 100 years ago, where the state adopted an earlier form of Public Utility Code 7901, which said that, there's a statewide franchise to use the public rights of way for telephone companies, and that their use of the right of way cannot incommode the public use, which was left for local governments to determine through permitting what would incommode the public use, and that has been interpreted to include that you can consider aesthetics, for example. So there are some other state laws that have impacted somewhat, but most of the action in terms of wireless has been at the federal level, where the first law was adopted in 1996 that set out when the wireless industry was really just getting started in all of its deployments, and preserved local zoning authority subject to certain substantive and procedural limitations. One very important one that we hear about a lot when we're at planning commission meetings and in other public hearings is that the law said that you cannot consider the environmental effects of RF emissions if they're meeting the FCC standards. So the FCC was given exclusive control over setting those standards, and all you can ask basically is, are they being met, and to demonstrate compliance. There is a limitation that you have to act within a reasonable period of time, and that's where the shot clocks came from, the FCC interpreting, well, a reasonable period of time, presumptively reasonable period would be this amount for this kind of application and this number of days for that application. There is a requirement if you were to deny a permit that a denial must be in writing, and it has to be based on substantial evidence in a written record. You can't effectively prohibit the provision of personal wireless service, and that standard of effective prohibition has been interpreted in the courts. In the Ninth Circuit, there's a case law that says, well, that means the carrier would show that there is a significant gap in their service, and they've chosen the least intrusive means of filling that gap, having considered alternatives. So that would be like they got as close as they could to meeting your code kind of thing. There's also, you can't discriminate among different types of technologies, so you sort of have to stay away from that area. And I think that's everything. There's like 5 of them. And then there was only case law for many years, just interpreting those provisions and dealing with particular applications. And it was only starting in like 2009 where the FCC got more involved in actually trying to interpret those those laws and imposing their own view of what that should be through adopting the shot clocks. Then in 2012, there was the first time that Congress had adopted a law since 1996, and they adopted that one that we were talking about with the eligible facilities requests, where if an applicant comes and there's an existing tower or base station, so basically an existing wireless facility, and they want to make certain changes to it, if they meet the requirements that the FCC set out, then the local government must approve that application. So they take away your discretion completely in those circumstances. And then now we've had a couple years ago, the FCC started these infrastructure proceedings where they were looking at wireless and wireline, and that's resulted to date in in 2 major orders. one that will go into effect in January, and the other was one that was adopted in August that said said you can't, local governments can't have a moratorium on applications. So in a normal situation, if you're thinking, oh, there's some changes, we have to think about how are we going to deal with this new kind of development. We'll not take any applications for a while, we'll figure it out, and then we'll start taking them. The FCC said, no, you can't do that. You have to, if you get an application in the door, it doesn't matter if you're ready or not, you have to process them. You can't have a moratorium, and you can't even do things that might be interpreted as a moratorium that is like a de facto moratorium, like you just are discouraging applications, or you're, I don't know what that means exactly. We're challenging these most recent orders and have had coalitions challenge others in the past. The one that they just adopted in September goes one step further, and it is actually trying to get at a lot of the things that were done in state laws in other states, but in SB 649 that was vetoed by the governor last year. And that is the industry now is very focused on small cell deployments, and so the new FCC order is very focused on trying to facilitate that by limiting your authority as local governments to say no to those applications, and also having shorter shot clocks, and also making it very difficult for you to say no to the use of your own infrastructure for those deployments. So if you own your streetlights or utility poles, the FCC has reinterpreted this effective prohibition that's been on the books since 1996 by saying that even not allowing the use of your own infrastructure might be an effective prohibition, or even charging too much, in their view, might be an effective prohibition that would be illegal. So it's quite a dramatic turn, especially in these latest orders, and so those, we actually have a coalition. The town is a member of that coalition. We filed an appeal of those orders in the Ninth Circuit. What day is today? Thursday? Yesterday, and there were quite a big group in our coalition, and there was another appeal filed by another group of local governments as well.
Thank you for making a difficult topic understandable. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Any other questions from the commissioners? I have a couple. From my understanding, the Endangered Species Act, the National Historic Preservation Act are still applicable, although, the hyperbole would argue otherwise. But everything I've looked at suggests to me that these requirements are still in play here.
So that's another thing, actually, that the FCC changed in an order earlier this year, in March, I think, is that they determined that even with respect to small cells, as they define them, so not all that small, but what they call small cells, they've taken like the National Historic Preservation Act and things like that. They've exempted certain of those facilities from their own review, because that would be a federal level kind of requirement for review for issuing any kind of discretionary license or anything like that. They've taken that off the table too, in large respect.
It seemed to me that it was just for co-location, but not for...
No, it's been expanded now.
Really?
In a March order, yeah. FCC order, at least on historic preservation.
Okay, because the Endangered Species Act, I think, from our perspective, I think actually both are sort of tools that the town should explore, because we have spotted owls. There are studies that show eggshells are different when electromagnetic radiation impacts chicken farms in Europe. And this information, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has available to it. And because we have spotted owls, I mean, one of my recommendations is, in addition to the assessments that we're talking about with the applications, there should be a buffer zone for owl nests, and that should be included, and other avian endangered or threatened species. I also am concerned about having a wireless telecommunication facility installed in an area where we have some historic, very significant structures in our town. And so I'd also like to explore the extent to which we could require or prioritize as the least preferable the historic structures, and having any of these things near them, even if they're in those commercial area zones. You know, we talked about, I think the council talked about fire safety and aesthetics. There's some, definitely some references to property values in the Mill Valley ordinance, and I think we ought to be concerned about those. There were a number of, oh, I'm getting into comments, aren't I? I am so sorry. I will stop, and I will get into a public hearing. That's what I'm going to do. So let's hear from the public. Go ahead, and folks who want to say something, please come up and state your name for the record, your address if you'd like, or at least whether or not you're a Fairfax resident. And I'm going to limit everybody to 3 minutes, and I want to be able to have both the speaker and me see the 3-minute, Linda. Thank you.
I can, yeah. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Andy Perry. I am with 5G Free Marin. Jess, who's handing you literature right now, is... and I have been working tirelessly providing you with a lot of information. I heard you just say that you're limiting us to 3 minutes. I'm wasting my time talking about this right now, but I'm going to request that I have 2 additional minutes because I would like to respond to something that was just said by Gail, and I also want to talk about the property thing too, and I would like to request that.
All right, I'm being nice since
Okay.
you're the first speaker. I'll give you 2 extra minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. So this commission may be compelled to look at this ordinance like you might look at conventional room addition or road closures or whatever, but this ordinance is being produced in a very different context. Rules written by corporations for corporations, as we just heard from your legal counsel. As many of you know, the federal agencies in this administration, many of them are captured by corporations, including housing and energy and EPA and agriculture and the rest. The FCC is no exception to that. And as we see it, there's 2 directions we could go tonight on this. We could go with the conventional and safest way, which is to go forward with following the law, which of course you have to do. Fairfax does not want to get sued. But I'd like to invite you to consider something in history, and this is not hyperbole, so I hope that it doesn't affect you that way. I was accused of that last night at the council, mayor and council meeting. That women's right to vote and slavery were 2 things that were legal in the history of these United States, and they were both deemed to be improper, and both of them were ultimately, one through Civil War, others through lawmaking, to be abolished. I want to know, I'm thinking about what we can do with regard to the telecom industry. The telecom are telling our communities we have no choice with respect to what they're wanting to do in our communities. There's more than, especially with respect to health, there's more than 18,000 health studies out there. Many of them show a lot of very troubling conclusions, or they show troubling conclusions with respect to health. And so what I want to have us think about tonight during this discussion is, what do we do when the telecoms tell us we have 60 days to make make a decision and we don't have power to override them, and if we don't do it in a timely manner, that they come in and they begin installing equipment. And what I see is that we have our intelligence and creativity to find ways of maintaining our autonomy and our local control here in Fairfax. The documents you have before you are an attempt for 5G-free Marin to put language that would restrict the telecom's ability to treat our jurisdiction as what I see as feudal serfs. The California Constitution says all political power is inherent in people. Government is instituted for their protection, security, and the benefit that they have the right to alter or reform it when the public good, as the public good may require. So this effort by the telecoms is not for public good, it's for the corporate good. And I ask you tonight to make protection, security, and benefit for the public good your priority. That said, I would like to just make one comment on the questions that Cindy mentioned. AB 57, the exclusion for firehouses. I spoke to the International Association of Firefighters. There was a group of unions in Southern California in the district of the author of that bill that asked to have firehouses excluded. And the reason was for health reasons, and we did provide you with the IAFF documentation. It's very, very compelling. I invite you to look at that if you have not already done that. Regarding ADA, the United Access Board has very explicit language on their site that indicates that this is the agency that is responsible for implementing the American with Disabilities Act, has very explicit language on their site that indicates that electromagnetic sensitivity is considered a disability and accommodation is required for that. I'm not sure about the language that was discussed tonight on what you read in the staff report, but electromagnetic sensitivity is part of ADA. And then finally, I just wanted to say that this business of property values is something I've been reflecting on a lot lately. And it's very interesting that real estate magazines and organizations across the country are showing somewhere in the neighborhood of a 20%, 5 to 20% reduction in property values. And so for properties that are adjacent to these facilities. And what I've recommended and what is in the packet, on the last 2 pages of the packet that we have given you tonight, is language that would, as I scrambled here, require public meetings. These are recommendations that we have. Require public meetings for people living in the vicinity of these cell towers. Require that they look and evaluate what kind of property value reduction might occur. For a $1 million house, which isn't hard to find in Fairfax, a 20% reduction is $200,000. Who is going to pay for that? We have a huge amount of case law in this country on takings. It's commonly used for anything to do with deforestation and many other things. We have eminent domain, and I think that these kinds of principles need to be put in place if we're going to be reducing property values. Can Fairfax put this in the ordinance? It would probably be challenged, but I think it's the just and right thing to do. I certainly wouldn't want my property to be reduced by such a significant amount. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we keep the applause down tonight? Thanks.
Hello, I'm also going to, because we're representing a large number of people and we know you couldn't meet with us and we understand that, in lieu of that, I'm asking for 1 or 2 more minutes to be able to cover what I need to.
Well, you're the second, so I'll give you 1 more minute.
All right. Okay, so my name is Jess Lerner. I live in the Cascades. And while we're pleased with some of the changes and additions made to the ordinance in the last town council meeting, we have several key suggestions to strengthen it. I'll wait till you guys are done. No. One of these is the way we address where the towers would go and the zoning. So in the ordinance, there are zones listed in order of preference. Our team has worked with Marin Maps and GIS to look at these possibilities. So we determined that the best approach is to eliminate zones with residential in them completely. That means to take out PDD, PD, CL, and CR. All of these are surrounded by residential, which in exclusively residential areas has 5G prohibited, as we discussed. It's not right to subject some residences and businesses, but protect others. Residents in those areas deserve the same protection as those in residential. So that leaves 2 zones, CH and CS. Both of these are close to residential but impact less residences. In those other zones mentioned, we also have schools, which would subject children to even more intense radiation than they are already exposed to on a daily basis, something very unpopular with most parents, as we know that children are the most vulnerable along with the sick and elderly to this exposure. We've also spoken with businesses that are in the CC district. And we have had, just on first pass, 20 people sign a letter that we sent around. I've shared that with you, and I have it right here with this as well. 20 businesses, that is, in our CC district who do not want 5G in those areas. And something else we know is that while the telecoms want to put these every several hundred feet, they actually emit much further than that. The Verizon CEO is recorded as telling the public that these small cells can reach over 3,000 feet through trees, walls, weather, or anything. There's a video we can share with you to show you that. So we've been working on the maps, and we have maps we've created that show a 3,000-foot radius, which all of you guys have. If just one of these facilities were to be placed anywhere in town, and the radius is huge, it covers a large residential area, no matter where it's placed, an area where we have labeled the corporate sacrifice zone. So we're talking here about choice and local control. Right now, you can choose if you use a cell phone or a Wi-Fi router. If 5G towers go up, they won't come down, and they will be emitting 24/7 in all directions for 3,000 feet, even if there are only one facility. Imagine many of these in one area or on a pole, co-located, emitting twice or 3 times that density, layered on top of our current 4G and 3G technology without our being able to choose. What is 5G anyway? It's a completely new power grid network. The name is deceiving because it just sounds like the next level up from our current Wi-Fi network, but it's not. Therefore, the need for entirely new cell towers. 5G is unnatural, around-the-clock, microwave radiation, far more potent than anything we've experienced yet. 5G generates 24 to 90 billion waves per second. No one has proven the safety of 24 to 90 billion microwaves per second interfacing with human biology, not to mention plants, animals, and bees, and spotted owls, as you mentioned. Most of us aren't aware that we're electromagnetic beings generating our own electrical fields. So we know we have no precautionary principle in this country before products go to market, and there's no current testing for safety at all. We also know that the industry uses the supposed lack of certainty, arguing over testing and doubt, to keep the argument going. This is their most effective strategy in manipulating the public. If you read the Nation article I sent out to you, you will see how they use doubt as their product. We need to use the many excellent legal arguments we have to address this and tighten the ordinance so the telecoms won't be interested in coming to Little Fairfax. I was in San Anselmo the other night, on Tuesday night. Their council had a tremendous, really terrific reaction in terms of getting stronger on their ordinance. And Ford Green said the other night, one of the best parts about the law is the opportunity to be creative. He said, we may be outnumbered, but we're not outsmarted. We have many creative legal suggestions that would improve the ordinance listed in the findings and in our recommendations, which you'll find in all the materials we gave you. That includes what we're talking about with property values, aesthetics, fire hazard issues, seismic safety standards, view sheds, historical preservation, if that's still applicable, the ADA, and more. So finally, this is an opportunity to set an example. Fairfax is known for sense of place, community, natural beauty, conservation, and being cutting edge with all things environmentally conscious and progressive, as well as being accessible and welcoming. On Tuesday night in San Anselmo, the town, yeah, I'm wrapping up. The town and council made a strong stand against 5G. So San Anselmo is not known, as Fairfax is, for their progressive radical values or environmental consciousness. That's Fairfax's territory. Let's at the very least match their excitement, motivation, and strong ethical approach to this issue and take actions requested immediately to refine this ordinance. And just a few things I'm going to mention.
Okay, I think you're done because you're over your time, and I only gave you 1 extra minute.
Got it, thank you. I want to ask really quickly for everyone in the room who has electrical sensitivity of any kind to please stand. That's just some of us in our small town. 5% of Californians are supposedly have this, and there's so many of us who come here just for that refuge. So wanted you to be aware of that. Thank you very much.
Okay, holding the applause, thanks. All right, we're going to ask people to step a little bit further back away from the microphone.
Good evening. I'll do my best not to shout. Thank you for your time. My name is Holly Beatty, and I am a shaman. I've been a shaman for 12 years, and a shaman works to help people heal through vibrational medicine. I've recently been working on a book this last year called Vibrations, Wavelength Logic and Our World of Wonder. And I know that there's a lot of people here that are very aware of the details of the written documents that you're working on. I'd just like to talk a little bit about how the world is made up of waves. Everything is a wave, a short wave or a long wave. That's what we see in a rainbow. Some of the waves are short, some of the waves are long. I won't go into the details, but that's what makes different colors. And the same thing happens when you play the piano. Some of the notes are short, some of the notes are long. Some waves we can see, some waves we cannot. The world is full of things that we can see and things that we cannot see. The world is full of dangers that we can see and dangers that we cannot see. The problem with this technology is that we can't see it, but it's not really accurate to say that only 5% of Californians are sensitive. The truth is that these types of radiation waves that are coming from these towers, they actually take the cell wall of anything that's organic in matter and they break it apart so that's no longer whole. That creates things like irritability, fatigue, headache, growth rate declination, so maybe your child won't grow as tall as they would have otherwise. Weak immunity, getting the flu all the time. Bone density, you're weaker. You think you have osteoporosis, it's the cell towers, it's the cell phones. Cancer, of course. So we are just not really aware of this technology because it's not seen. But if you were to really look at what's happening to all of us being bombarded with this all the time, what you would want to do as the council that is giving our recommendation is to make the strictest possible recommendations that you can find and tweak and create. Because that's what's going to keep you safe, your dogs and cats safe, your children safe, your heroes, your firefighters, your police safe, and it's also what's going to keep us safe as a free people. Because what's being taken away is our ability as a local community to choose to have a safe zone. So our empowerment as a local government is being threatened, and this is a really great place to stand, to take a stand and say, you know, let's make sure that it doesn't happen here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, how's that? Is that okay? Okay. Hi, Roberta Anthes, 2 Snowden, Fairfax. Thank you for hearing us tonight. I spoke a little bit about this before. I'd like you to please take a close look at our exceptions chapter. 1904-130 is the new designation. It says essentially, as required, the proposed ordinance allows an applicant to request an exception in the event that a denial of a permit would violate federal or state law. The applicant has the burden of providing sufficient facts to support the request. In the body of the ordinance itself, the wording's a little different. It says they must provide substantial written evidence supporting the claim. The terms sufficient facts and substantial evidence are far too vague and could mean almost anything. San Anselmo's ordinance spells out exactly what evidence is necessary, and I would just like to recommend that we should too. More to the point, though, the law that this chapter refers to is the Federal Telecommunications Act of '96, which disallows any prohibitive denials. The language is broad enough that almost any denial could be interpreted as prohibitive. There's a tautology written right into the law to privilege telecoms. We can't have any denials that deny. We can't have any prohibitions that prohibit. It's an act of evil genius. But the Americans with Disabilities Act could provide a counter to this law, and I've spoken about this before. It would take creativity, and it would be applied, the terms would be applied differently than they are normally applied to specific situations like wheelchair ramps. And, you know, our lawyers would have to work on that to make it work. The ADA is also a federal law, and it recognizes EMS as a disability and prohibits discrimination. Compliance with the ADA was included in the old number 20 ordinance, but the revised ordinance, this morning I realized it was deleted. I wonder what that means, and I'm wondering why the revisers made that choice to leave in and accommodate the law that takes away our rights and can potentially harm us, and they took out the law that is designed to protect us. This doesn't reflect the values that I would hope that Fairfax upholds, and I'm appealing to the Commission to rethink what we stand for and just who we're fighting for, and to put the ADA clause back in. Given the high number of EMS sufferers in Fairfax, the two laws inevitably will come into conflict. And I don't think that we should avoid that conflict. I think we should employ it to force the telecoms to accommodate sufferers under the law. I asked San Anselmo to consider this. Before I say that, most importantly, I hope that we could add a clause to the exemption chapter, or the exceptions chapter, an ADA clause. I asked San Anselmo to consider this, and they voted to adopt it. And they did it fully recognizing that it would be an unusual application of the law, and that it would take a lot of creativity legally to weave it in. I'm asking basically for us to do the same thing. The clause could read something like, the reviewing authority may not grant an exception if the exception itself violates federal and/or state law, including but not limited to the ADA. You'd basically be writing in an exception to the exception clause. I feel that we should make every effort to use every federal law that we can available to us to strengthen our ordinance and make it reflect the values of Fairfax, not the values of the telecoms. We should say what we want and make it really strong. And if they challenge us, fine. You know, a challenge to a clause will not undermine an ordinance. We can decide at that point whether we want to fight that challenge or not. But we should make this ordinance extremely strong and let them come for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Robert Ernst. I live in San Rafael. I have some information, a little more information about the Firefighters Union 1014 in Southern California in 2015. I would suggest you read an article from The Nation magazine, thenation.com. The article is called How Big Wireless Made Us Think That Cell Phones Are Safe, a Special Investigation. In that article, it details in detail how the Firefighters Union in Southern California, the LA Firefighters Union 1014, halted construction of cell towers on their stations because of, in quotes, radiation concerns, and that the construction was pushed through without proper oversight. They started to build, I believe it was 16 towers right in the fire station's vicinities. 92 firemen, all of the firemen in that union took EEGs, and they were all found deficit. And they were all having problems with location, being able to leave the firehouse and finding out where to go. They were suffering from angina, headaches, and this is why, and it was stopped, and that's why there's been this special provision. Now, my question and sort of comment is, if the professional firemen don't want it in their neighborhoods, why in the heck would I want it in mine? There's got to be something wrong with it if it's doing that. I also need to point out in that article there is a lot of, I recommend you read it. It's a great example of institutionalized corruption, strong-arm collusion, and cover-up. And it goes to Tom Wheeler, our illustrious co-runner of the current FCC. Back in the 90s, when he was president of an industry-related cellular telecommunications and internet association, he used, and it's actually been documented in detail, literally strong-arm tactics. He prevented George Carlo, his former friend, who was actually, and he helped bury crucial scientific research results from testing that had been presented to them by George Carlo of the WTR concerning cell phone and cell tower proximity and the correlation between the increased presence of brain tumors and also the possibility of genetic damage. This was in 1999. The information didn't find the light of day. He was able to repress it until 2011 when the World Health Organization called cell phone radiation, and I quote them, a possible human carcinogen. I work with teenagers in Mill Valley. They are troubled about the potentially harmful effects of technology, and at the same time they feel trapped by its usage. Check on cancer clusters on towers placed near college dormitories. There's a great Google thing about cancer clusters at San Diego State. I recently lost a student to a rare form of brain cancer. He didn't make it to 20. He was known from middle school as a kid who had Bluetooth connected to his ears. He had tunes in his head. He was connected up and hooked up to everything. The tumor, very exotically, was on the same side of his head as his Bluetooth was, and he was also, his bedroom was 20 feet away from a major tower. He didn't live to see 20. I would strongly suggest, as Roberta was saying, that since it's an emergency ordinance, it would seem to me to be wise to state what you ideally want for the health and safety of your constituency and not concern yourself with what the industry might think.
Can you wrap it up, Mr. Ernst?
Huh?
Could you wrap it up? You've gone over the 3 minutes.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Nobody seems to know how 5G is or what it... there's a whole bartering process here. 3,000 feet, there's a video of Verizon, the president of Verizon, who's proudly standing 3,000 feet away from a tower, and these small cell towers, by the way, are carbuncles. They're the size of refrigerators, and they'll be placed at he was at 3,000 feet, and he said there was no drop in service whatsoever.
Thank you.
I would suggest no to 5G at all costs and fight the fight. I mean, Matt Brown says, you know, we don't want them in San Anselmo. I don't think we should have them. And, you know, I totally concur.
Thank you.
You shouldn't have them, too.
Hi, good evening, and it is good evening. My name is Anna Har. I now live in Green Bay. I lived in, raised 2 boys, now grown men, in Fairfax for 13 years, worked here, School Street Plaza for 18 years. And this is a big concern to me and a big concern to not only the people in Fairfax, but all of Marin. I've been going to a lot of meetings, and all these meetings are people that are concerned and councils that are concerned in changing the ordinances for a reason. So while I was thinking about what I would say here today, there was some questions. Who's paying for these 5G rollouts? Who's done the research to prove the infrastructure is safe? And are they biased? Who has decided that Class 1 radiation is safe for our bodies and our families? We did not consent to this. There's no proof of safetiness, but we're having a lot of scientific proof of unsafetiness. We were not asked. In Europe and in United Kingdom, they are asking these questions also. And I just got an email from a friend of mine, and on it was former Tom Wheeler of the FCC, the chairman. And he said very clearly, we will not be stopped. He said, we will not wait until we find out if there's testing, if it is safe. We are moving on because we are going to make billions of dollars. And he repeated that a few times. Well, we know what's going on here. We're not stupid. Fairfax is one of the smartest communities I've ever come across in the world. We're smart. I brought my kids up here because it was safe. Safety means something else these days. Safety means what are we doing with technology? Some of it is good, and we don't have any regulations. And now the FCC and the telecom companies are making the reservations, making the ordinances for us. And we're prisoners of that unless we stand up to them. And we can stand up to them. There's no problem with that. There's enough of us that know that integrity and smarts rules over greed. And that's all this is about. It's about greed and control of the people. Because he was saying we're not going to stop with 5G. We have bigger plans. Well, if we don't stop it at this point, we're going to be in trouble. And we don't want to get into trouble. We want to save the people. We want to be healthy. We don't want what they're giving us. And so we need to say no to 5G. And we need to hold a really strong ordinance for ourselves and for everyone in Fairfax. And I know as all of us together, we can do that because we're doing our part and you're doing your part. And between all of us and the council and the other towns and the civic center, we can change and we can make it work for us and we can feel safe here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alan Liggett. Thanks for having this meeting tonight and listening to all what we have to say. Bear with me, I have a horrible time speaking in front of people. I've been a part of this community for about 4 years now. I really appreciate Fairfax for many reasons. I consider it a safe haven for a lot of us with chemical sensitivities and EMF sensitivities, and a plethora of other immune disorders. I feel this way because of forward-thinking and rich grassroots history present here. Being a person who suffers from a disability or a disease can be very alienating, yet I've met more people in this community that truly want to connect and truly want to help each other. Fairfax is a very special place and a safe place, and not just from gangs, burglaries, and drugs, but also from corporate greed and big business coming in and putting us and our families at risk. I wanted to bring to the attention to the council that EMFs affect more than just one type of person. I'm here to represent the people who can't make it out of their homes because their sensitivities are too great. I personally know many of these folks. Their sensitivities are all at different levels, but all valid. I've personally dealt with Lyme disease for 20 plus years. It's been a huge learning experience, to say the least, for me. I am well aware of the effects of EMFs on my own body and how it affects my day-to-day. Migraines, stomach pains, and vertigo, and nerve problems, as you can see. Just to name a few, I have to really be aware of my exposure time. This day and age, we all use Wi-Fi, but at present, I have control to an extent of my level of exposure. With this 5G rollout, that would change drastically. I truly foresee that Fairfax can set a precedence for other communities to rethink this issue, and over time, maybe the state of California and maybe even the nation. I believe this to be, that this is the time to make a firm statement to these corporate conglomerates. I just really want to thank the council for taking this issue seriously and for really taking a hard look at what these Fairfax residents have put so many hours gathering information to present to you all tonight. It really means a lot to us that we have a voice and that we are heard, because most of us in the know about this issue truly believe all our lives depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aurora Varakis. I have lived in Fairfax for 3 years, 10 years ago, and then I've lived here for a year most recently. And I really love it here, and I really appreciate everyone's time this evening. To me, the question of whether we should use all the resources we have to protect ourselves from 5G doesn't require any reading in magazines or articles, because I feel the effects of it every day. I would like to think that it's not a problem because I don't have time to do all of this research that so many people here have incredibly done and provided, and I have to spend my time working to make my life work and make money, but it doesn't stop affecting me, and it makes my job very difficult. And I found out that I qualify for actually being legally disabled, which I didn't know before coming here today. But it does have that intense of an effect. And just so you can have an example of how it might affect people in their daily life. I was living in a house in Sedona 2 years ago, and the person who owned the home decided to get an EMF remediation on the house, and I thought it was kind of a joke, and I didn't want to give up the Wi-Fi on my phone, even though I had suspected I was simultaneously experiencing adverse effects. Wanting to have the convenience of my technology made me go into an extreme reaction against getting rid of my own Wi-Fi, but once we remediated the house, all of a sudden my insomnia went away, the dog that was limping was running around the house again, everyone in the house was getting well and feeling better and experiencing so much more energy, and the effects were very obvious. And also, I wonder, what is the ultimate medical cost to this community versus what these companies are profiting now and thinking only in a short-term vision when they're actually selling out their own friends and families by denying that this could be having an adverse effect and really only hurting themselves. So I think anything that you can do to protect people like me who are more like the canary in the coal mine from what's actually happening to everyone, that they might not just be acutely aware of it, but could be significantly damaging their health in the long term, is well worth the effort. And thank you for providing that and for helping people who cannot escape these adverse effects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Valerie Hood. I guess I'm about a 30-year resident in Fairfax, but in Marin County, I was actually born here. We were told by the telecom industry that we could not fight cell towers. We did, and we won. We were told that we could not prohibit smart meters, but we did, and we won. We are told that we cannot stop 5G. The community stands against this, and we're hoping that you will too. We're counting on you, actually. Mimi made a really salient point tonight, and it was about the spotted owls. It seems to me that with a 50% extinction rate, perhaps all species are endangered at this point, whether they're so-called registered or not, and we're just one more species. Ford Green, in his lawyerly eloquence before the San Anselmo Council, stated, "It is important to put the burden on the carriers to comply with the town's requirements, as was done in the Mill Valley Ordinance." He also stated that we need to identify our values and require of the telecoms that they be respected. That's a big ask of a telecom. We have noticed some serious gaps in the latest ordinance. We see some overturning, actually, of protections from 19, and we'd like you to look at that very carefully tonight. It's become very clear to me that we need the county to be the legal umbrella organization under which all Marin City and towns can come together and share legal costs and resist this attempt to take over yet another part of the public commons. And when I say public commons, I mean the sidewalks, the public right-of-way, and the surrounding airspace, creating a blanket of what will be electrosmog, affecting everyone, everywhere, all the time, all over our community. When all Marin cities and towns join together, united we stand. It is important that we enjoin the county to step forward at this time. For the telecoms to try to dictate town by town how they want to roll out this toxic technology does not seem to me to be the best way to proceed. So with that, I'm going to ask you to please contact our supervisor, in fact, all our supervisors. I think that we should be writing these ordinances together. I don't know why they're picking us apart town by town. You know, this is taking so much time. We always get the same advice. We might as well be hearing from Trip May tonight. It's the same thing, and it's what Ford reacted to so strongly, and Matt Brown too. All you do is you tell us what we can't do. You don't show us any of the loopholes. You don't show us the way we can get out of it. So we're really relying on your wisdom tonight, and look at the time. Good, Valerie.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Boggs, and although I moved to Fairfax in the 90s, I now live in San Anselmo, but I have a son that attends White Hill. And apparently, unlike cannabis, the laws and regulations around telecom are not stringent, are not restrictive, and certainly not protective when it comes to human health. Nor do they consider or appreciate the nature of the town, or nature for that matter. The only protections are really for industry greed, profits, and corporate interest. This whole thing is really crazy to me. Like fighting Goliath, trying to keep something away that's not been proven safe, with irrefutable evidence mounting to the contrary. Here we are trying to protect ourselves from industry greed and governmental overreach. These technologies and facilities have never been tested biologically for safety or long-term exposure. No pre-market safety testing before they are put out to an unsuspecting public. This is private industry's real estate grab to put up small cells in 4G now so they can simply modify to 5G. Industry math has Fairfax facing up to 220 antennas threading through our town. The formula, as I've heard from firms, is the square miles times number of carriers, which is typically 4, times 10 to 25 based on population density. That's a lot of antennas, and this fast track of 5G without prior studies of its health impact demonstrates the FCC's disinterest in the public health. The Telecom Act, in combination with the FCC's outdated exposure guidelines, empowers the wireless industry to mandate the exposure of the public to levels of RF radiation already found to be harmful to health. Engineers and scientists, the medical community, and U.S. governmental agencies have asked the FCC to reevaluate and reconsider their outdated regulations, disputing the validity of the thermal exposure guidelines as they do not consider chronic, non-thermal exposures. Tens of thousands of substantial scientific studies have proven time and time again that the FCC guidelines are nonsense, not protective, and can't be accurately referred to as safety guidelines. And what about our children? Most of us grew up in an environment with much less radio frequency than exists today. Today's kids aren't so lucky. Their developing brains and bodies are at greater risk as they absorb much more EMR than adults. In addition to physical health effects, RF radiation can exert a disorganizing effect on the ability to learn and remember. The American Academy of Pediatrics issued a letter to the FCC stating children's vulnerability to RF and the importance of updating the current RF standards, citing children are not little adults and are disproportionately impacted by all environmental exposures, including cell phone radiation. Placing antennas in close proximity to homes, parks, schools, our town without consideration of health of the occupants is outrageous. It's outrageous that towns are mandated to journey blindly into antenna densification without proof that non-ionizing, non-thermal radiation is safe. The red flag is flying high. In this time of uncertainty, we are all technology's guinea pigs. Please write a strong protective ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kim Hahn. I'm a private tutor from San Rafael. And this is a lightweight, hopefully lightweight ending to some of this evening. I'm repeating some of the things that my friends have said, so please bear with me. When people were my age and they were growing up, we were all on guard for the big bad wolf, who was disguised in grandma's apron and hat. He was wringing his paws and dreaming about how delicious young human flesh would taste. We knew he was going to throw us into the oven if we let him catch us. We knew there was nothing except maybe the Wicked Witch of the West or Frankenstein who could top his level of evilness. Younger folks have a deep understanding of how the ants Spiker and Sponge were too freaky to mess with, and even the younger understand that Lord Voldemort is nobody you want to invite to dinner. But none of us, old or young, have a clear idea just how big a badass the FCC is. It's run by two icky, greedy guys, Ajit Pai and Thomas Wheeler, and funded by the bottomless pockets of the nefarious Koch brothers. This, what once used to be the benign protective regulator of radio and television, is now a very scary big bad wolf indeed. Children today have every reason to be afraid. They stand in harm's way of rampant microwave radiation at every turn of their sweet little heads. It's at home in the Wi-Fi router that broadcasts 24/7 into their bedrooms. It's at school. It's at the gym. It's at the clubhouse. And now with the cackling, saliva-dripping grins of Pai and Wheeler, it is coming to the public right-of-way in every town of America, the sidewalks, the parks, the playfields, to add a layer that is hundreds of times more threatening than what we already have. You're saying to yourselves, how could anything be worse than the big bad wolf, right? I know, but listen up. Back in 2014, a study was done by a man named Lloyd Morgan, which is, I gave you a copy of his report, called Why Children Absorb More Microwave Radiation Than Adults, The Consequences. And he found that, quote, children absorb more microwave radiation because their brain tissues are more absorbent, their skulls are thinner, and their relative size is smaller. Microwave radiation has been declared a possible human carcinogen, which you've heard already tonight, and children are at a greater risk than adults when exposed to any carcinogen. So jump forward in time with me. These kids are now adults, and they're reading to their own kids about the big bad wolf. Listen to what Morgan says about this. Quote, because the average latency time between first exposure and diagnosis of a tumor can be decades. I repeat, for those of you who have ADD and ADHD because your continual cell phone use, decades. Tumors induced in children may not be diagnosed until well into adulthood. And by that time, you're saying to yourselves, to make yourselves feel less freaked out, Ajit Pai and Thomas Wheeler will be dead, and everything will be all right. Not. Yes, they may be dead, and we can thank heaven for that, but their story will live on, and on, and on. And you all know, no matter whether the child on your knee is asleep or not, that this story has a very, very bad ending. And you also know that there is nothing you can do, I'm almost done, thank you, you can do to stop it from being so bad except rewrite the story, which is why we are all here tonight. All these lovely, caring, wonderful, smart people are here tonight. And why are we not going to go away when the plot gets scary and the big bad wolf shoves us into the oven and all the good guys die? Because we're not doing this for ourselves, and you should not either. We're doing it for those who come behind us, generation after generation after generation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Applebaum, 61 Woodland Road. The attorney gave a very great overview of sort of the dour state of the law and the situation that we're in, and it strikes me that really the Planning Commission and our council have basically a choice to make, and that is you're either going to direct the attorneys to be as creative and aggressive as possible to come up with a really gnarly, difficult ordinance. You're going to review the permit process. Maybe telecoms have to do a different type of permitting situation than buildings, and you know, something about you can't drop 60 permits on us on one day and overwhelm us, and so that's really what's at stake right now, because this other emergency ordinance, it all happened very quickly. Council wasn't really even knowing what was going on. Jess and Andy and all the people that have been doing all this work, you know, got out there and started educating, and we just ended up with sort of the Mill Valley ordinance, you know, a replica of that. And it's not strong enough, and it's not dealing with a lot of the things that are going to be outlined in the various documents that you've been presented. And so that's really where we are. It's a choice. We're going to push, or we're going to just, you know, say this is the law, and we can't mess with anything, and we can't push the edges, and we're not going to be creative, and we're just going to come up with something that we feel is safe, and we'll be okay, and we're not going to have litigation. And that's really what it comes down to. We know that the law's not in our favor right now, and everyone is giving passionate pleas, and they're talking about the health stuff, and we're not going to be able to get very far with that from a legal standpoint. And maybe in the future, the whole county will be united, and the whole state will be united, and whatever, but we're not there today. So what we need in Fairfax is we need the best, most rigid, strict, you know, difficult, and, you know, we're a small town. We have 7,500 people. Maybe they're just going to go, it's not worth it. We don't want to hassle with these people. But there's a lot of things that can be in there, and there's a lot of ways that we can go if the direction is push it, push the envelope, and that's really what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is David Glick. I live on Cascade Drive. I think it's important to place the discussion we're having tonight in the context of the particular historical period in which we're living. The right-wing Republican juggernaut has control of the presidency, both houses of the Congress, the Supreme Court, the FCC, the EPA, and virtually all the other cabinet posts. That's the reality that we're living in. So to me, this discussion boils down to something very simple. Everybody else has talked about all the healthcare issues. I don't want to talk about that because you understand that. We have people here in our town who have electromagnetic sensibilities. They're struggling. But to me, the issue boils down to this. Is the town of Fairfax going to be on the side of the corporate profits of these giant telecom corporations, or is it going to be on the side of the health of the citizens? We're really in a war right now. We have to wake up. What's at stake is our democracy. What's at stake is the health of our citizens. So it's really simple. Which side is Fairfax going to be on? We got to fight this. It's going to be a big fight, but we can win. We're a strong town. We're a proud town, and let's not buckle down. Let's stand up and let's fight this issue, because I really think this is an issue about democracy. It's about the health of the planet. It's about the health of our citizens. It really boils down to that to me. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Vicki Sievers. I'm with the EMF Safety Network. I do education and outreach work with the network. I live in San Rafael. I'm currently one of a group of residents working with community development and planners and the assistant attorney and a newly formed ad hoc committee of 2 council members to try to deal with this unfortunate issue. I got into this work in 2010. I'm a retired teacher. I was trying to write a novel. But I got a letter from PG&E that said, we're so excited to bring you a smart meter for your residents. Well, I knew just enough about non-ionizing radiation to think, what a rotten idea this is. That is radiating RF, radio frequency radiation. We're going to put those outside of children's bedrooms. How did this happen? How did this become an unregulated situation without public discussion, without informed consent? So I set out to find out how that happened, and of course, you know the rest. The big bad wolf, essentially. So I just want to, I want to urge you to read what Andy and Jess and others have submitted to you. I know there's a lot to learn because I've been working for several years, obviously, with this. I do want to drop one piece of information that I'm unclear about right now because I just learned this afternoon that tonight, and it's probably done now, the Sebastopol City Council has passed a moratorium. Yes, a moratorium, 45 days pending further action. But we know that Sebastopol has sent Verizon away in the past. So it's certainly worth a beginning phone call, a first phone call, to find out what's transpired there. I know there's a new planner, Kari Svenstrom, who came from Mill Valley, and I believe she's had quite a hand in that. BB&K hasn't had a hand in that. BB&K represents my organization, so cannot represent Sebastopol, so it'd be worth finding out the legal assistance that's been offered there, if there has been. Maybe it's entirely an in-house, in-city crafting. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ling Chen Bell. I live in Dominga in Fairfax, and I wanted to say that fiber optic cables are a much better solution. They are the fastest, most secure, most reliable, and most energy efficient way to stream internet and 4K video data. So California cities strive to be green cities, and fiber optic, not wireless, delivers a much, much greener broadband solution. Many miles of fiber optic cables have already been installed by AT&T, and so they can be used. The cities can reclaim those because they've already paid for them, and use them. And it's mostly because everybody has been always saying, so of course I agree with what everybody else is saying. I'm just wanted to mention about this alternative. It's a much better alternative than those towers, those small, supposedly small cell towers. So this would be a much better way to go about delivering that information to the houses. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janet Fitzgerald, and I live in the Cascade area, also known as Red Alert Wildfire area. So we live with a suitcase by our door in fear of sparks from PG&E. So I have to apologize. I didn't get to write up a speech as so many wonderful people did who I admire. I agree with everything that has been said tonight. And there's so much that we can do. And I think that's the message we want to walk away with, is to focus. And I understand lawyers have to look at rules, and we really appreciate that. But we also do know the realities that we're taking our orders from who? The FCC, right? So let's just, anyway, let me back up. So I'm here as what? I'm here as a relatively new resident that moved here because of the green environment here. My realtor, who many of you know, was Diane Hoffman, who, if you know her, you know that, well, you may not know, she died shortly after she worked in our home, you know, helping us get our home. So she died of a brain tumor. I don't think BB&K know that. So I feel like I'm here also for her, okay? I'm here as a mother of a daughter who I leave home alone a lot at night as I go to these meetings. She doesn't get to see as much of me now. I'm exhausted, working, reading as much as I can of this while I help my clients at the same time, right? So, but I'm dedicated, and I'm going to be like a dog with a bone. I'm not letting this go because I feel like I'm here for a fight for my life. I'm also an ovarian cancer survivor, so I learned a little bit about cancer and the side effects of chemotherapy, such as, you know, tinnitus and hearing, et cetera, right? So again, another reason why I moved to Fairfax, the green town. I'm also here as a speech language pathologist who has worked with patients who have had brain tumors, both children and adults. And what you're hearing tonight about children's brains is Googleable and true. Their brains have more liquid and fatty tissue, and they absorb more. No studies have been done, and I promise you, no telecom has taken that on. Oh, let's just see how this is on children's brains. No. We know that greed is blinding. We know that. So that's not their first concern. But you all do care about us. We know that. So thank you. I know you do. So what I'm here tonight for is to say, let's band together. It's not you against us or any of this. We all care about our health, our children, our grandchildren, our animals, right? Our environment, our fire safety. We're all in sync, I believe, with that, with goals, right? And I have learned in my life, when you're in sync with goals, you can go far. We can reach out to the other towns already who have laid the groundwork. We're hearing about Sebastopol. The other night we were at San Anselmo. It was very inspiring of what we can do. I also experienced, I love the David and Goliath idea, because it is a little bit of that, you know.
Can you wrap it up?
Okay. Is that we can be that David, okay? All we need to do is connect not just locally. Oh, and by the way, school systems, we haven't connected with them yet. Has anybody asked them yet? No, I did. They now have it on their radar screen, and the County of Marin school systems
are going to be meeting with the Director of Health and Human Services, MD, all right? So all it
So
takes is
thank you.
reaching out. That's what I'm asking you to do, and upwards to the governor, current governor, past, and the future governor, all right? And I have to ask a scenario. I'm sorry, I know I'm going over, but, you know, kind of along those lines of sometimes we just have to question, and sometimes we have to push just a little bit. So here's a scenario. What if, after the midterm elections, more questions are asked about what's going on with the corruption from above, all right? What if someone's brave enough to say, hey, wait a minute, FCC, right? Because more people are going to be speaking up. We're not the only town, and we're hearing about Ohio and Pennsylvania. It's going to happen, all right?
Thank you.
All right.
Really appreciate it.
All right, so
Okay.
there is a chance
Yeah,
that we're
yep.
that's
You're
what I-
wrap. No,
I
I
know.
think you're going to have to turn that mic
right.
off. I thank you, though.
Legislators,
Okay.
more
Have a
legislators
good night.
will
That's
be on
it.
our side.
Okay, good.
I got it. I
Thank
got
you.
it.
Good night.
So,
Okay, thanks. Got one more person behind you. Here we go. Okay.
Hi, my name is Bonnie McMurray. I live in San Anselmo, and I'm just passionate about this 5G free Marin. But it starts really from, I guess, when the smart meters went in, you all banned them. And I didn't even really know. I just always thought this electromagnetic thing was a bunch of hooey, and I just thought, you know, a bunch of neurotic people. And okay, so Fairfax is really weird now. They're worried about these smart meters, and it's just a little bit of, you know, electricity. We get it all the time. Well, 2000 came and went, and I got really sick, and I mean, just weird stuff. You know, I was buzzing, and vibrating in my ears. I had tinnitus, and really anxious, super, super anxious. And I couldn't really chalk it up to being, you know, menopause or anything. I knew there was something else going on. And then my neighbor pointed out to me in 2014, fast forward 2 years, on my bedroom wall are, lo and behold, 8 or 9 smart meters. And so I'm like, fuck, you know? So I have a daughter, too, who, you know, I've been raising in this house, this apartment, and she has been exposed to it by coming and getting in bed with me or whatever. So I just, you know, I'm worried. So I'm thinking, well, this is just weird. Why didn't we do what you guys did? I mean, you were cutting edge on this, and I was just ignorant. Okay, so now we're at 5G, and I'm going to these meetings so I can stand up for our cause, and I'm seeing that of all the towns, I mean, this is no offense, you guys, but you're kind of like not as strong as I expected. I thought, well, you know, we'll have Fairfax will be the head of everything. They will be the people who will lead for the rest of the Marin communities. And I'm just not seeing that because when I was listening to the town council, it didn't seem like anybody was really on board for anti-5G. And I just thought, but you got rid of smart meters, and I'm suffering over here. I can't get rid of them. I can't move. I can't afford to get an apartment anyplace else than where I am. And there's not any apartments available on top of that. So we need you guys. We really need Fairfax to be Fairfax. Okay, so that San Anselmo can, you know, be San Anselmo with Fairfax, and, you know, we're stronger. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't public speak or anything, but I just know that you guys, there's power in what you do and how much you care about each other as a community, and I just know that you can help us lead this thing. So,
Thank you.
It's almost 11 o'clock. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Frank Ager, Meadow Way. Fairfax now has three ordinances that address antennas in a public right-of-way: Title 13, Title 19, and Title 20. As written, the 5G small cell ordinance you're looking at this evening is a capitulation to the telecom industry. The staff report says that Title 19 was adopted to address large cell phone towers. That's simply not true. In fact, the ordinance includes public right-of-way right in the ordinance. It was adopted to cover all antenna installations in the public right-of-way. You know, years ago, Metrocon put a bunch of little 12-inch squiggly antennas up all over our telephone poles in town. Residents complain. We checked with the Marin Street Light Authority, and they said, oh, we gave them permission, but we said you were violating Fairfax's ordinance, and we ordered them taken down. Metrocom came back and within 30 days took every antenna back down. This ordinance was written for a big city. You know, it's a one-size-fits-all, and since Fairfax is such a small town, all of the allowed antenna locations are next door to residential uses, not even across the street. Most commercial zones are mixed use and have, you know, residences in them, and how will those folks be protected? Fairfax's BB&K lawyers make the case 5G small cell installations are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. That call is very debatable. I think completion of an environmental checklist would answer a lot of questions for us. Under appeals, the staff report says appeals are covered in sections 19.04.140J and 19.04.150G. I could not find those sections in the ordinance at all, and there's nothing that advises what the fee and the cost is to file an appeal. In the 1960s, Fairfax became one of the first Marin cities to underground utilities in downtown area. Utility poles were removed, wires taken down, and ornamental street lights and street light poles and lights were installed. The current town code chapter is 13.08, underground utilities. Fairfax has by resolution established underground utility districts, I think at least 4 of them, and it requires PG&E, AT&T, et cetera, to remove all poles, structures, and overhead wires in the downtown area. Now there's a section 13.08.060 that says that allows that authorizes exceptions for some antenna installations in the downtown, but it uses the word may, not shall, so it's not mandatory. Again, the word may. You know, Fairfax has maps of the underground utility districts, and the Planning Commission needs to see those districts before we even adopt any ordinance. Fairfax also has copies of, the Planning Commission also needs copies of Fairfax's franchises for PG&E and a telephone company, so you can see exactly what they say and how it talks about antennas and right-of-ways.
Can you wrap it up, Frank?
Can I just credit for
Just wrap it up when you,
okay.
real quick.
4 times Fairfax land use decisions were challenged in court. 4 times the California Supreme Court refused to overturn appellate court decisions where Fairfax successfully defended its decisions that were contrary to state law that had adverse impacts on our town. There are 482 cities in California. Some will not capitulate, and there will be legal challenges. Keep Titles 13 and 19, rewrite Title 20 to be a standalone 5G small cell ordinance.
Okay.
The town council actually asked for that. And just for your own knowledge, I'm currently challenging a number of bad state and federal government decisions in courtrooms from San Francisco to Great Falls, Montana, about 20 of them, from fracking, pesticide spraying, Delta tunnels, and the Keystone XL pipeline. The only way we're going to be successful is to challenge it. Fairfax needs to stand up to 5G small cell. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak on this matter? And seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. And before I bring it back, I just want to express my gratitude to everybody who came out here tonight. I think I'm, so impressed by the folks in this town and the work that you guys have all done and the research and the information you've provided, and it is much appreciated. So, coming back to the commission, does anybody want to start with thoughts here? Or does anybody want to sum up their overall sentiments about what's happening?
Yeah, I just want to thank the people who testified and pointing out things like the 3,000-foot range of this system and things like that. I also want to point out to you, though, 2 months ago, there was a group here on a non-agenda item that brought this to our attention, And look what we've done. We've come up with some ordinance. We're not ignoring this at all. So that's kind of the broad comment I have. The other point is, now that I realize it, maybe we shouldn't be basing this on a Mill Valley ordinance. Maybe we should take another look at San Anselmo, what they've done, and right up to date. Because I don't think, this is gonna, maybe you're not used to hearing this from me. I'm known as kind of the conservative a little bit on this board, but we can't stand idly by with all your public concern regarding the effects of EMF and just pass this ordinance as it is and just sail into the future carried by external forces. I think that we have to attempt to buck the wind and see if we can come up with a better solution if there is a health consideration. I'd like to hear from some doctors. And if at another hearing you guys can produce a couple of doctors, MDs I'm talking about, that would be a terrific idea.
Okay, let's keep the applause down because we will try to get out before tomorrow. Go ahead, Commissioner Swift.
I had a couple questions for staff on a couple areas. And after that, then I wanted to get a sense from you of how we were going to approach this, general comments or hitting this line by line. So endangered species and historic designations. Now, how does the FCC, in regard to things like this, address things like something that's on a federal Endangered Species Act, if a facility has some type of historic designation? So kind of some general questions there.
I'm less clear about the Endangered Species Act and when it would apply here, because I know you would deal with CEQA issues, and I'm not an environmental lawyer, but I know on the historical preservation, one of the kind of characteristic of what the FCC does is when they issued that order in March where they said they were going to not require in certain circumstances any kind of at their federal level historic preservation review. They said because it can be done at the local level, and then a few months later they're trying to limit your authority at the local level. So that's sort of how they're doing it. So there's definitely you can add in your consideration of aesthetics if you have specific historical districts or historical buildings and things like that you want to add in that kind of qualification or those particular concerns. That would be a good idea to do, because it's not going to be addressed by the FCC.
And to answer your question, Cindy, what I'm hoping we can do in the next hour is have some general remarks about sort of big picture things that we can share with each other. And then once we've done that, if appropriate, get into more minutia, if that sounds like a good plan. All right. Anybody else with sort of big picture comments here at this stage?
Well, I just wanted to say thank you, and also for reminding me why I, am on the Planning Commission. It really makes me proud to be a Fairfax citizen. I also wanted to say that I know you guys have been trying to reach out to us by email, and I just wanted to go on the record saying that it's not personal. It does not reflect my opinion if I do not respond. I would rather, in general, hear out on in a public forum what the issues are. So, just as I know people have been pushing really hard to get our attention. Big picture, I think we have to get creative. I just,
Again, can we hold the applause? Thanks.
yeah, I don't know what the answer is. I don't want to put Fairfax in jeopardy of being sued. I don't know what can be done, but I think we have to look for a way around, if it's a continuance tonight or if it's not choosing to model our ordinance after Mill Valley, and look a little bit more, any way we can delay. I don't know. I'm hearing everybody. I know so many people that are being affected by our environment, our food source. It's just everything. So many young people are having terrible effects from what we're doing. And yeah, so I agree, and I'm sympathetic, but I don't think we want to put our town in jeopardy. So I don't know what the answer is, but I hope that there's a way we can get creative and somehow delay or continue.
Yeah, I think we need to possibly continue as well, because all this, we don't usually have an audience of this number of people expressing the same opinion. We generally have half of one opinion and half another, but this is very strong. We cannot ignore it as a planning commission, and I don't think the town council should ignore it either. I don't think they are. They may not have said they aren't, but I think they're not ignoring you.
Well, I kind of want to respond to you, Phil. I got a lot of stuff I want to accomplish this year, and the year is coming to a close. So I'm not exactly eager to continue something and, have another domino that's going to cause us to push other things out. So what I want to talk about and ask you a question and ask all of us a question is, again, we've been given direction from council to do a certain thing. It may not be as broad as probably anybody in this audience wants us to do. And I've heard from you, at least, that you tend to agree, and maybe, others tend to agree as well. So the question I have is, as our planning commission, taking our direction from the town council, do we evaluate what they've told staff to put in front of us in a detailed way and then add on other recommendations? I frankly do not want to push this one down the road. I think we've sat here, how many hours have all of us spent reading through all this material? It's a lot of work to get here today. I don't want to have to do all this again. I think we've digested a lot of this stuff. So yeah, maybe the Mill Valley ordinance versus San Anselmo ordinance, which, by the way, another thing that I didn't get a copy of, despite people sending me links that didn't provide anything in writing, and I doubt it was going to be in time to do that. And I'm sorry, public hearing's closed. I'm not going to take any comment on that. But, it's hard to craft something in a vacuum where I have no template to look at to compare, oh, this great stuff that San Anselmo did, because I don't have the San Anselmo ordinance in front of me. Again, we've got the Mill Valley ordinance. I've spent a great deal of time reviewing the Mill Valley ordinance and a fine-tooth comb, reviewing the Fairfax proposal that we have in front of us with a fine-tooth comb. I would much rather wrestle this to the ground tonight, add in things that we think are important, as recommendations and give direction to staff to incorporate that in what they send up to council, than to just sit here and say, oh, we can push this off and rethink it again later, because I want to do some other stuff.
So here's my thought on that. You know, it's 10 after 11. I can't see us, and we at times have been here till like 1:30 in the morning, going line by line on items, and I'm fine with that. I've done that, but I don't think, staff didn't hear that. I don't think at this point, because what I did was I went through line by line, and I read everything, and I had, even before we looked at this, an inch folder on this issue. But I also, line by line, would have like 40 questions or comments to staff on the particular items. What I was thinking of is, because I don't think we can sign off on something tonight, is there's some areas that, you know, in some of the comments that the public has made, like on the exceptions and the exclusions and that type of thing. I think it would be good perhaps to give staff some, if we have them, some areas after they've heard from the public and us to kind of re-look to maybe incorporate in what they gave us. That would give me personally time to send them my 40 line by line questions that, you know, I'm not going to go tonight and ask them, you know, those questions line by line, and then perhaps when we come back to this at whatever next meeting we set up to do this, then we can go through it and have a product that we can send forward at that point to the council. I mean, some of the areas that, you know, would be the exclusions, looking at some language about our historic downtown area and how we can craft that for our purposes. If there's something on endangered species that we can research, you know, and stick in here. I mean, we haven't talked even about, you know, residential zones. I mean, there's things that there were residential zones that were missed out of the table. So that was kind of my thought on this, would be to give staff some kind of general areas that they can look at, maybe research and crafting to put in there, sending them any kind of comments and questions we had on the individual lines, and then maybe being able to come back at the next meeting and finalizing something that we could send forward. I mean, we've got the time to do that, and we're already kind of in the double meeting a month, you know. I just can't see doing that tonight at this point.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you too. I spent 5 or 6 hours out, you know, going through all these pieces of paper, my notes on this ordinance. I did not expect this many issues that I had with it. A lot of this is putting the word historical throughout here as well. And why am I having so many issues with it? I think partly it's because it's not really addressing some of these other issues that people are raising, for one thing. And, you know, there's just, I have also dozens of, I've gone through, read this entire ordinance with the footnotes and the deletions, and, you know, nobody in my household was happy about my doing that, but I did it. And, yeah, it does need a lot of revision. I mean, I could discuss this tonight and make some changes to the language, but it doesn't address that issue. And, you know, and I know you feel, and I agree with you, that issue may be illegal in a way to talk about the health issues, or it's FCC rules don't allow that or something. But I think we have to address it because of our public outcry here. And I don't even know if I believe the health issue myself. We just have to find out, you know. I think we have sensitive people and people who have issues. I have been burned by RF myself, and I know what it's like. So, just to tell you.
Chair, can staff remind me, we're on a schedule here, there's a drop dead date, the deadline, maybe drop dead is not the best terminology, but isn't there a point at which we would no longer be able to establish any criteria and standards as of the first of the year or something, and that is the issue? No? Is that not so?
So there is the FCC order that we talked about a little bit that was adopted in September has been published in the Federal Register, so it's supposed to go into effect January 14th, 13th, I think. Yeah. So I think it's the 14th. But it doesn't prohibit you from doing something after that date. All it's doing, and it's part of this sort of twisted legal way they're approaching, trying to get at this authority that we think they don't have, and that's why we're appealing the order, is that they say that certain things, like for aesthetic standards, for example, that you can, it would be not an effective prohibition if you had reasonable aesthetic standards that were objective and published in advance. So published in advance of an application coming in. That's all it means. So how that would actually work in practice is really depends, as long as there are no applications, there's no risk. And once you have, even if an application came in, it would be that application that you would, but you'd also have your existing Chapter 19 and Chapter 20, which do have standards. So you have standards published now.
My understanding is that the council simply wanted, when they adopted the urgency ordinance, which is Title 20, they wanted the process for consideration of a sort of all-encompassing ordinance to continue on. And so they wanted the Planning Commission to continue with the work to do, not just have the urgency ordinance, but to take that as a base and add in the stuff from 19, and we'd have it all together so there wouldn't be any conflict, and we'd have a cohesive whole of an ordinance. And so the council is the one who has asked that this go to the next Planning Commission meeting. They're interested in seeing it come back up to them, but that's the only time frame. I know of no applications, no interest in submitting an application. So I think that...
Also, thank you. I appreciate both your responses. And I guess another thing that comes to my mind is, are the service providers just going through and installing the small cells before they even have requests for service? Or is it based on requests for services for 5G that they're receiving that they're then coming into town?
I work for a lot of cities, so I'm involved in a lot of applications. So what I typically see is, first of all, they're not really installing any 5G almost anywhere. Verizon has a few test cities, 4 of them, 2 in California. So they have some 5G facilities in Los Angeles and some in Sacramento. There are no 5G phones, so that's not for a phone service right now. It's really, they're offering, you can go on their website, they're offering like an internet service. But that's 5G. But small cells, they're deploying in a lot of places, and the applications, usually it's their network engineers figuring out where they need more capacity because there's a lot of demand, especially on the data side. and where their existing facilities and big towers are sort of exhausted, like they just can't take more capacity. So that seems to be what drives it. So it's, but they do it a lot on modeling, so it may be that the service seems fine, but they expect that by the time they get the permit and get it built, that's when they're going to be, seeing some effect on service that they're trying to meet.
Do commissioners other than Commissioner Swift have a laundry list of questions and comments? I'm trying to gauge how much time it would take to actually go through comments, one commissioner at a time, because frankly, I think giving staff these comments and questions is going to be important if we are going to bring this back.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have all these bits of paper that are, language changes, suggestions, so there's a, couple of dozen of those.
Do you have a laundry list?
I have a couple of items. The difficulty I have is comparing apples and oranges here. We don't have, we've tailored our ordinance to Mill Valley and Petaluma, which is what people asked for all along, and that was done. And now that's not good enough. It has to be San Anselmo and Sebastopol, which I've never seen, so.
All right, well, let's start with Commissioner Green and your green stickies.
So, I mean, these are minute changes to this. So, attachment B. And by the way, overall, I do think we want to consolidate into the section, Title 19. We don't need two separate telecommunications sections, I don't think. And one addressing just 5G or just small cell, I think would be a red flag to sue us. So I have, if you really want to get into it then, okay, so Part 5, which is on page 1, continues on page, let's see, 5. Then we go, let's see, is this true? Let's see, 5 in the public utility, and then we go to 10, 11, 12. Just noticing this numbering may not be correct.
Are you all following what we're asking? Okay, on the ordinance, which is attachment B, number 5 carries over, and then we go to number 10.
Right, so there's paragraph 5, and then on page 2, it starts with paragraph 10, which I'm wondering are 6 through 9 missing, or is that some issue? They were deleted.
I believe it just needs to be renumbered.
They need to be renumbered. Okay, so in section 13, I have the second sentence there, the second line rather, linked with the town's natural beauty and history and significant number of residential communities.
Okay, I'm sorry, we're going to have to figure out where you are.
All right, so we have attachment B, which is the ordinance.
I highly recommend paper over computer for this work.
Are you talking about the actual ordinance? Because we've got that right there.
I have the red line.
It's an ordinance called attachment B at the bottom, attached to our package.
It's the red line.
The red line. I have a clean copy.
Madam Chair.
But what's this section?
Who just said Madam Chair?
Madam Chair,
Oh,
I did. Point of clarification, are we going to go through everybody's comments tonight?
yeah.
Can we vote on that? I would like to call a vote. I'd like to move to call a vote to make a decision whether we go through everybody's list tonight.
Well, do other commissioners, I'm not going to take a vote, I'll take a poll. Do other commissioners feel strongly that we should not go through this level of detail?
I think we need to go through the level of detail, but I don't think tonight's the time. I think we need to give staff any areas that we feel haven't been addressed, in general areas like we've heard from the public, that we want to see if they can craft something or add something or look at those changes, like the exceptions, like if we can throw in, something about the historical downtown, endangered species. And then if we have individual questions or comments about what is in the existing, perhaps we can give those to staff. They can return them, the answers, before the next meeting, and then we can go through that. If we're going to go through, because I know I have, me, I've got comments on most of these, as he does, and I can't see us going through those, getting, the back and forth, and still not having addressed some of the, the comments from the public in kind of the areas they want covered tonight at 11:30. I think it would be far better for everybody to come back.
Commissioner Rodriguez, do you have thoughts on that?
I agree with her, what she just said.
Okay, Commissioner Green, Commissioner Fregoso?
I agree that we should provide some general comments, things we agreed with, questions we have, for staff to go back and work on it, but I don't think we can sit here and review Cindy and Phil's entire list.
Commissioner Green?
I can give you there's some themes that run throughout that I've just repeated a lot here, so I can kind of give you some general overview of what I was thinking, if you want that. I don't mind that. I don't mind
Yeah,
staying
let's
here
do the
later.
general overview.
I was actually ill earlier today, but it's improved. It was from a shot that it's just kind of gone away. So generally, okay, wherever we say the town's natural beauty, I'm inserting and history. There's a lot of places there where we say that, and we want to add history, and I'm just really kind of wondering what's going on with historical analysis that's supposed to be happening that we talked about, I don't know, years ago. Anyway, like to have that go forward. And then another common theme I have, which is also in this section 13, the last sentence, and unregulated or disorderly deployment represents an ever-increasing nuisance potential, which is another theme I'm going through this with, nuisance potential, because that kind of takes into consideration the public nuisance idea that the people who presented tonight, that's kind of where they're talking about, is this nuisance idea. So public nuisances, are dangers to the public. So that's what I'm saying. So ever-increasing nuisance potential and true threat to health, et cetera. I mean, we're saying that. There's some spelling errors, but again, in 17, under paragraph 17 on page 3, there's a whereas, and we're saying the general plan provides goals and policies to preserve the high-quality design, small-town character, history, aesthetics, etc. Again, on Exhibit A of the ordinance, paragraph A, 1904-010, under sub 2, promote and protect public health, safety, community welfare, visual resources, history, and the aesthetic quality. That's kind of where I'm going a lot with this. There's some other details. Okay, so then on page 9, Exhibit A, I'm working through this as quickly as possible here.
A lot of detail you're giving. Let's be more general. You're basically adding history wherever beauty is right.
Right, almost, yeah. So under number 4 on Exhibit A, page 9, number 4, we're saying photographs of facility equipment, an accurate visual impact analysis with photo simulations and videos. It's these days they can do that with their cell phones. Maybe they don't want to use them, but anyway. And then in number 6, the end of that is certifying that the facility is compliance with all applicable FCC standards instead of such.
Okay, Phil,
because that's
you're
a little
giving
vague.
like such
Well,
levels
this
of
is-
detail.
This is where I'm.
We thought we agreed we were just going to give general broad brushstrokes, and
Okay.
you've got language you're adding.
Well, you're kind of preempting me here, but, yeah, that's what I have. I have a lot of that. All lighting should comply with dark sky ideas, you know, if they're going to light them up. Mimi, I'm really, I'm a detail guy, you know, you have no idea. It takes me hours to.
Can I ask a question while he's looking over?
Well, I'm just going, so page, Exhibit A, page 16, number 2, let's see, it must not threaten or change the existing lighting, streetlight poles. You know, and these are the kinds of changes I have, so it is a kind of a detailed
Right,
thing.
right. So
you
it's lighting, it's history.
know? Right, exactly.
Lighting and history.
Well, no, not totally. And then there's just some language changes that just need to be clarified, I think, but they're, you know, whenever we say such FCC standards, all applicable FCC standards instead, because what's such FCC standard? I mean, we're not really describing what those are. All applicable means, you know, they're held to the, you know, which probably aren't good enough either, so what can you do? So that's kind of my major ideas, and I had, you know, a lot of other things.
Do you mind parting with
Another
those?
overall thing that I would like to see added to any telecommunications ordinance is, remember what happened in the fire up in Santa Rosa? Okay, and I believe it was Verizon that shut down their telecommunications because there was too much data coming through. We should say here, no, you don't do that in an emergency. You can't do that in an emergency. So we need to add a clause, a very broad clause, about not shutting down their telecommunications in an emergency. Otherwise, we'll have to deal with all our ham radio guys in town with their ARRL and using the telephones. We can't go back to the Stone Age during an emergency. So that's another thing.
Yeah, that could also be structured in a way to say demonstrate an ability to adequately respond to the emergency communications needs, because I've heard that repeatedly from people, is that just when you need it the most, it goes offline.
Right. So there you have a broad swath of my thinking. But it's my thinking is now actually increased somewhat after the public presentation tonight, as I told you.
I can tell you a little bit about what I understand what happened in that situation was that the Verizon had sold a plan that had limited data, and then they had an unwritten policy that if in the middle of an emergency you actually called and said, hey, we have an emergency, they would let you have unlimited data. But they said, well, but nobody called, or the customer service person didn't know that we had this unwritten policy. And so, yeah, that was a real black eye, but that was not that they turned off their equipment, but that they limited the ability of the firefighters to use their data plan. They slowed their speeds.
Well, we need specific language to prohibit that here. It's
think,
like buying a medical plan that's inadequate for you, and you have a medical emergency.
I think that was the car fire up in Reading, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah,
The car fire.
okay.
What we had, I lived through the Santa Rosa fire, so we have Verizon, and they did shut it all off. We had absolutely no reception, no cell phone at all for 4 days.
But that was probably the...
So great point.
No, we had power.
I'm going to keep us going and cut that conversation off. Okay, so does anybody want to go next with some broad swaths of
I
comments?
have a kind of a question or a broad issue. I see that you have restricted installation to every zone except the public right-of-way, with the closest adjacent district being a commercial district. Were you required to do that by zone? by land use zone? Because one of the issues is that there are residential properties that sit in a commercial or a PDD. Those were the only residential properties. You appropriately tried to eliminate all installations in residential properties, but I just wondered, are you limited to using land use zones, and so you can't carve out a residential corner or border within a commercial zone?
I think that's one of the substantive issues that when we come back, we need to discuss and make recommendations as to what we want to see there. On that table, the table doesn't have UR on there either. So the table itself needs to be relooked, but that's one of those issues that we need to talk about and make recommendations, such as buffers and the zones that we would allow this in, or recommend that we would allow that in, and the ramifications of that.
Yeah, but I think what Norma's question is what are the legal boundaries of our ability to act? Can we be more specific about a buffer zone tied to residential properties or residential uses as opposed to a district, a zone? And, you know, which we've heard from the public, and we all know that we are trying to have infill in our commercial areas because of the housing crisis. So I think it is an important question to at least pose to council. If you guys can't answer it tonight, you maybe get us an answer later.
So that we're a little bit talking cross purposes. So the FCC doesn't have any rule that would say, you know, you have to do this by zone or property or anything like that. You can do your zoning or your ordinance any way you like. What they will look at, or what a carrier will look at if they were to challenge it, is whether they can have a claim that somehow there is an effective prohibition because of the way you've structured it. So it's hard to say.
So could it be something like the 600-foot barrier for cannabis, where it would be a 600-foot barrier for any residential property?
Yeah, it could be something like that, and then it would be, you know, if a carrier thought that created an effective prohibition, they might challenge it in a particular case. But they don't say, and I was just going to give you, if you wanted, what the FCC order said specifically about, like, spacing, for example.
Also, we got no credit from anybody for the strategy you used of trying to limit it only to those commercial zones, which was a good attempt, but obviously there are still some residential units.
I guess my thought is if we've got 3,000-foot area of effect. Yeah, but so it doesn't matter. The 1,500-foot isn't going to do much if you've got a 3,000-foot
But you can't
impact
say
zone.
you can't locate it anywhere in Fairfax, can you?
3,000 feet from all the residences? All right, Esther, do you want to give us some broad? No? Okay. Commissioner Rodriguez?
Well, I was trying to figure out on the smart meter prohibition, how might any of those techniques apply here? And then I was trying to look at this box here of land uses, and I was going down the road of Norma. Like if there's a location we can choose and say, that is allowed, but everything within 3,000 feet is not allowed, but there, your criteria has to be, all of these things, but I want to add the RF compliance, and I want to add the ADA sensitivity thing. That's the direction I kind of want to go in. And I like yeah. Can we do that?
Wasn't ADA in here?
What do you mean by ADA?
I think
Well, I
that's one
think
of
we
the
have to-
questions that we need to come back to your commission with answers to.
Okay.
DA was only included in terms of
It was,
accessibility and
Not
and not a
blocking a
health issue.
sidewalk.
ADA was only in this ordinance under the right-of-way section, and I wanted to apply it more generally. So I'm looking for a lot more restrictive than what we're seeing here. This is too broad, and under just the analysis area, I'd like to see a lot more on alternatives analysis and coverage area analysis, just because they say they want to put something here. If they've already got one in the adjoining town, I don't see why they should have one here.
Though there is a requirement in this ordinance, I forget where I saw it, that they are required to provide the analysis of the service areas and the lack of service and alternatives to what they're proposing. So it's kind of like the CEQA thing, where you have to provide alternative scenarios to what you're proposing, but I
Because I
forget
see
what.
service areas and coverage areas as two different things. They might want to serve this area, but the physical coverage of their antenna based upon that size, that small cell, and the energy behind it may be much smaller or wider and may overlap with other carriers' EMF. So that's why I was referring to,
Actually, just one other thing. It's my understanding that fiber optic is really the way to go, and that it's safer, it's contained, and maybe we could encourage it more. I don't know if we listed it anywhere in here as a preferred alternative, but I'd like to see that.
and I also felt like the design standards in here did not at all address ground-mounted, building-mounted, facade-mounted, freestanding. So depending upon where we chose, we'd want the design standards to be a little bit better. They're very weak in here.
It's interesting because I assumed they could only put it on a pole. That is not clear from reading this. Yeah.
it talks in there, though, about building mounted, and there's language in there about having like an antenna on the side versus something on the roof. So it does address buildings versus just a pole in the title.
A building isn't in the public right-of-way necessarily.
But you also have private buildings, so in the one of the things,
So a
talk
private
about-
commercial building that.
Exactly.
But.
Or St. Rita's Church,
But
whatever.
wouldn't they have to request that service? Would they propose to go install it in a private building?
They could make a deal with the private owner
That's what
to
I'm
have it
saying is
installed
the
and pay
private-
them a rental fee for the space where they're putting the unit.
So what I'm saying is, it's based on a call for that service, and so.
Not necessarily. I think they could pursue somebody. They could walk up to your
Yes, they can.
business and knock on your door
My
and say,
point-
hey, I want to put a tower
My
here.
point is that people should be educating the community about not requesting the service and not asking for it and not just expecting the town to preclude it
No,
all.
it's not that the private building owner would be requesting service. It's the provider as they go into a community.
Understand that, but the private owner must agree.
Exactly, and some of the community are reaching out to the business community in town and doing that aspect of it.
That's what I said.
But at the same time, if one business owner decides that he doesn't care, or poo-poo all you crazy EMF sensitivity people, I don't believe any of that. I'm going to let you guys come in and put the 5G here unless we do something that's going to affect that private owner's ability to do that.
I just want to add that some of your building and property owners do not live in town. And so if someone approached them and offered them enough money, they're not going to care. Yeah.
But the title also addresses, correct me if I'm wrong, kind of standards as it would for, or a process as it would for any private owned building in town. It talks about that. So it talks about not only the public right-of-way, but it addresses buildings and privately owned buildings as well.
Well, and I thought the Mill Valley ordinance was much clearer about that. I really thought that the one that, it was very clear from the beginning, the Mill Valley one, that this is for dual purposes. We're addressing the right-of-way and the private land. And that was buried in what we have. I have to hunt for that in ours. Commissioner Swift, have you sort of gone through your broad brush strokes? I kind of left you for second to last here.
My broad brush strokes would be the three that I mentioned earlier, a historic endangered species, and looking at the exceptions piece of the code that had been brought up by the public and seeing if we can incorporate that. And then what I'll do is I'll just write up all my stuff and send it.
Could you just clarify what you mean on the exceptions point?
One of our commenters, Roberta, came up and talked about the language for the exceptions and made some recommendations about adding an exception to the exception.
And that should be part of the documentation you all have from the public.
It had to do with ADA.
But they handed it to you again, correct, tonight? Yeah. So if one of you could give that to me so I can make sure it's the same as what I was provided electronically, that would be great, and then I can make sure the attorneys have it.
Will do.
Thank you.
All facilities shall be built in compliance with
Can I? Do they, is this the copy they have?
They have the marked up copy that here it is, and then they also have a clean copy that I think we should.
The clean copy? Here's this ADA. Do you, may I ask, do you have the copy that says Exhibit A, page 17? G, Americans with Disabilities Act compliance, all facilities shall be built in compliance with the ADA. Is that?
Well, I think the question is that intending to indicate that when you install a small facility, are you going to have to make sure that there's enough room for somebody to get around it on the sidewalk? Versus, are you going to be paying attention to disabled persons based on EMF sensitivity? And I think that's a very important question. From our perspective, I think we would like to see, correct me if I'm wrong, it address those with EMF sensibilities as protected by the ADA, as opposed to just making sure there's enough room for a wheelchair to get around a unit when it's installed on a sidewalk or on a pole near a sidewalk.
And that's the language that supposedly San Anselmo just adopted. Though I've not seen the San
Agreed
Anselmo
there,
language.
as long as the ADA does say that. I mean, that's another thing you ought to check on and make sure the ADA does address this issue.
Can I say something about that? Because the accessibility, the ADA is about being able to have equal access to public spaces. So just on that same note, I guess, would somebody with a disability not be able to enter a street? Is that what we're saying? Basically, you wouldn't be able to access a street or a public right-of-way or city hall or anything because you are impacted. Okay, yeah, I think that's my broad brush then.
All right, so, and I think I'll echo Commissioner Swift's thoughts. I think the things that I too would like to see are findings about protecting endangered species, assessments that identify habitat, and, in my view, you put another buffer around any endangered species habitat in the town, and that's another thing that their report has to go through when they submit the application, because, somewhere in here is, I guess on Exhibit A, page 9, number 2 is the full written description of the proposed facility and the assessment of the fire hazard. So from my perspective, let's have an assessment not only of the fire hazard, but an assessment of any impacts on endangered species, proximity to endangered species habitat, looking at impacts on historic properties, culturally significant properties, properties that may be eligible for historic protection even if they aren't actually protected, and also ensure that you've got protections of people suffering from EMF sensitivity. And so I would include additional language in the findings and in the requirements. I would include in the location standards additional buffer zones around historic parts of town. And the county has spotted owl maps. They don't give out to the public, but they could give it to you guys. And we could have access to those maps to make sure that people are not going to locate facilities within, I don't know, I like the 3,000-foot buffer zones. Okay, so those are my broad brush strokes.
One other thing that occurred to me was with the discussions about children's particular sensitivities, insofar as the earlier discussion discussed buffers to youth serving uses.
Oh, I like that. Don't tie those two together, Norma. All right, so you guys are busy writing away. It is 5 minutes to midnight, and I am going to make a proposal that we push the objective development standards item off to our next meeting, even though, Ben, I can see the heartbreak in your face when I say that.
We've all had our heart broken up here.
There's probably less of a concern because the council is scheduled to take an action that will afford us with some additional time to review this. But it would be good to broach the topic, but I'll accept whatever the commission's desire is.
We're good.
Can you, is it appropriate for me to ask, I know we're doing 2 meetings a month, what are the a month about over the?
So at the last meeting, I expressed my dissatisfaction with not having our second meeting about adult use cannabis, and I have thrown down the gauntlet that I want to get this stuff up to the council before the end of this year. So my recommendation was that we have 2 cannabis-related meetings in November, and hopefully the regular one on the 15th, and then a second one on the 29th, which is a week after Thanksgiving. And my goal would be not to have to make staff work over Thanksgiving on the second meeting, but rather break cannabis up into 2 meetings so that we would take the first chunk on the 15th, maybe deal with, I don't know, delivery, brick and mortar, and then on the 29th deal with everything else. I don't know. These are just sort of ideas, but I think staff could probably come up with 2 agendas. that hopefully would not force them to work over the Thanksgiving holiday.
Oh, it's the cannabis that has a deadline, right, of the,
No, it's me that has a deadline.
Oh, okay.
I will no longer be Planning Commission Chair after December. And my thought is that I have spent a great deal of time this year going around in circles trying to figure out what we would accomplish without actually accomplishing anything. So I don't want to end the year having accomplished nothing, and I am going to push adult use cannabis through as hard as I possibly can to see if we can get it actually up to the council by the end of the year, when I hand the mantle off to the next sucker who becomes chair of the Planning Commission. Okay, so is everybody available on both the 15th and the 29th of November? And is anyone other than Phil not available on the 29th? I have not scheduled 2 meetings in December. Okay, so we will be taking up this objective development standards at some point. We will be re-evaluating 5G at some point. We have 2 upcoming meetings, which I am loading us up for bear. Will we take 5G up at one and PDD objective standards at the other? I mean, do we have a sense of how we're going to juggle all this?
And just as a reminder, I won't be here on the 15th, but I will be here on the 29th, if that has any impact on agendas.
So we
And
have
a heads up that you're going to have 3 private projects on the 15th.
At least. Probably another.
and what about the wall property? That's not coming to us.
Norma,
4.
you're just
I
freaking
update-
us out now, aren't you?
There's going to be 4 private projects.
Are you saying
Are
the
you
wall
serious?
property is coming to us? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. When you said 4, I thought you were adding wall. Okay.
No, they're small projects, but there are 4 of them.
All right, is there anybody besides Commissioner Swift who's not going to be here for the 15th? Do we need anything other than a simple majority for either of these meetings?
Anytime we're discussing an ordinance, we need 5 members. Zoning ordinance.
We should do the private items on the 15th and the ordinance on the...
What ordinance are we talking about?
Well, if we're considering cannabis, that would require 5 members to be.
But that's only when we get to the point of thinking that we're going to be at the point of recommending and therefore voting on it, correct?
That's true, but then if there's somebody missing from the discussion, they need to watch the tape, they need to say that they. if
We
they wanna
always
par-
do that.
if they want to participate in the vote. Okay.
So what I'm thinking is we would have 2 meetings in November and a meeting in December. The meeting in December, hopefully we would be able to tie up all the discussion items that we address in the November meetings in a nice, pretty package with a purple bow. Okay, and then we send it up to the council at that point. So it sounds like I would need to have at least 5 commissioners at the December meeting, and Commissioner Green has already told me he's not going to be here
At the December meeting?
at December. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If the 5 of us are committed to being here on December 20th, then I would say let's tee that. Skip what? No. Not an option. I'm telling you, I want to accomplish something. I'm not going to go quietly.
I will commit to the 29th. The problem is I'm getting back on the 27th from something else, and I won't have much time to prepare, but I can
Well,
commit
the
to
point
coming to the
is that
meeting.
I want to have 5 commissioners. So I'm asking Commissioner Rodriguez, Commissioner Swift, Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber, Commissioner Fregoso, and myself to commit to being here on the 20th of December.
I can be here.
Okay, so game
Just-
plan.
Let me just tell you in advance, I won't be here in April. I'm telling you now.
All right, so we have 2 meetings in November and 1 in December. Adult use cannabis is going to be on all 3 agendas. And then we have 5G and objective PDD development standards. And we can expect Commissioner Green here on the 29th. I recommend we put 1 on the 15th and 1 on the 29th, and I don't care which is which, but, you know, if you guys have a preference, speak up now. Phil, if you have a preference, speak up.
You mean between PDD? I'd go for 5G on the 29th.
Oh, on the 29th.
Yeah. Inputting ideas for the cannabis ordinance and what we could call 5G here on the 29th. I could be here on the 29th. I just won't be as prepared as usual.
Also, can we hear back from Cassidy? I know this evening she was scheduling her first meeting to review the historic work, and I don't know who she's meeting with. We were invited, but obviously could not make it. So it'd be nice to, at some point, get some sort of a tentative schedule or have her come back and chat with us, something.
Can I just make sure I heard you all right? So did I hear you want, cannabis is going to be on the next 3 meetings, 5G and cannabis on the 29th, and then the development standards on the 15th? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's going to be cannabis?
Oh, no,
No, we're getting the
On the
3
15th.
private projects on the 15th.
No, 4. There's 4.
All right, sorry. 4 private projects
And the objective standards?
and the objective standards that we didn't get to tonight, and the beginning of the cannabis adult use discussion. And then on the 29th, we will have the 5G and continue adult use cannabis discussion. And on 12/20, whatever regular planning commission stuff comes before us, and we finish the adult use cannabis as much as we can.
And we may also have carryovers from the telecom as well, potentially.
Oh, no, we'll have it all done. Right, karaoke.
This is helpful
Okay.
to get my head around what the next couple of months. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so I think that would have been a motion to kick item 3 to the 15th. Do we have that?
I
kind of
so
motion?
move.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and then we have no discussion items.
Continue 5G to the 29th.
Oh, right, okay. And then do we have a motion to continue the 5G conversation on telecommunications ordinance?
11:29.
Motion to continue the discussion consideration of an ordinance consolidating titles 19 and 20, telecommunications, to the 29th.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, and there's no discussion items, and I think we're done.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yay, motion carried. Thank you, everybody.